Oh, weird. It shut itself off again. Okay, we should be back now. Thank you. That was weird. Cool. And I'll get chat on the screen. GG. Yeah, because I don't think I ever have. To be fair, I grew up in London, and then I moved to a city, and then another city, and I live with other people. So there's just never been a time, you know? And there hasn't really been fields around, or if they are, they're not public, and that, oh, they're not, yeah, they're not public, so that would be a little bit weird. It would just be a little bit strange to just scream as loud as you can. Very noisy, you know? You have, but it was embarrassing. Interesting. What was it like? For people who have, what was it like? Hi, Nefa. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. I think it hurt my throat. It might hurt your throat. Yeah, that's a good point. Hi, Anderson. Welcome in. How are you doing? I screamed at my boss at the top of my voice once. Was he your boss for very long after that? Oh my God, can I ask? Dan! What happened? You don't have to share. It's mango caffeine. It's good. He became the boss after that day. Oh, I see. Me? Yeah, you! Luke, thank you so much for the 25 months. I appreciate that. 4 more weeks! 4 more weeks. 10 more seasons. Luke, thank you again. Yeah, I appreciate that. Sorry, I thought that was a new notification. Either way, I'm very grateful. Thank you. I can't scream. My throat just wouldn't let me. Interesting. Interesting. That might be a thing. That's very interesting. Yeah, I genuinely do not think I have ever screamed at the top of my voice. Ever. At least not intentionally. That I remember. There may have been a time when something happened and I went, ah! But even then, I don't think that would have been at the top of my voice, you know? I don't think it would have been. Nada, thank you so much for the 5 gifted! That's so nice of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I fell from my bike and won a pole to the crotch. I was very vocal. That does sound like it would hurt. Yes. Yeah, I do think that. Mio, thank you for the 7 months. It's so nice of you. Thank you. I had a neighbor's Doberman dog walk into my yard and walk through under the house when I was there, and it scared me to hell. My yell scared it as well, and it ran. Oh no, poor thing. Yeah, there's a clip, isn't there? There's a TikTok somewhere of a boy screaming. And the scream made him cry. Because he yelled or he shouted something, and then the sound of his own yell made him cry. It was very funny. Stupid child. It was very, very funny. We were arguing on the phone about me not meeting a deadline. Okay, so this is why you absolutely went off on your boss. We were arguing on the phone about me not meeting a deadline. Did you meet the deadline? I was trying to point out that as long as he kept giving me more work, I couldn't get everything finished. You're but one man! And he told a lie about having to include something because of a client's fee being dependent on it when I knew that it wasn't. So I screamed, no, it's not. Valid. Yeah, he was a little manipulative bitch boy. 100p. You got fired, didn't you? Or moved. Or something. Or did he shut up and let you get on with it? That would be amazing. Such drama. It really is. Byung, hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nino, thank you for the leave. I appreciate that a lot. confused screaming. Oh no. That's really funny. I leave and everyone starts screaming. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the purpose, because it's topical. Hi, Wookie Wookie. Just panic. Just absolute panic. Yeah, what were you... I don't know. I was gone way too long. It gave me an opportunity to do my live notification, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Right. Let me have a little sit. I went shopping again. When do I go shopping? I've been shopping once in the last 6 months. I bought a single pair of jeans, and only because my previous jeans had rips right at the bottom and all the way along the crotch. And I thought, listen, it's time. Helen, you need to learn how to release repressed anger. Let's see if I learn something useful. Yeah. It can be good. It can be fun. Absolutely. I was a music teacher in this precious school one day, and a dumb, talentless kid, damn, good teacher then, kept missing the beats, the little fucker. I firstly tried to explain to him that that's not my tempo. I'm sorry, is this Whiplash? But that hack of a drummer still kept messing up. I screamed at him and threw a chair at his head. Sadly, I missed, but that was the day I screamed the most. Is that the plot of a movie? I haven't actually seen Whiplash, but now that I think about it, is that Whiplash? I think that might be Whiplash, the film, actually. Didn't he throw a chair at his head? If it's not, oh, what? No way. Half kappa face. Oh, so dry. I thought you threw a chair at some kid's head. I was about to praise you. No, I'm joking. Well, that's not good. Don't do that. Rage is good for you. Tell me why. See, that's not my full thing. I do that a lot. It's probably very annoying for the neighbors. It's like maybe 80%. If I was in an anime, I would be like 65% power. You know, turn up the dial. We don't condone crime. No, we don't. Please don't throw chairs at children's head. Yeah, then you got a promotion, then I could say, Jesus Christ. You should get a good scream out before you leave the house for good. That's true, because listen, if there are no consequences of your actions, then you can do whatever you want. So the reason I haven't been screaming at the top of my lungs is because I'm concerned about the well-being of the neighbors and their babies. You know, I don't want to set them off for the evening. Like, alarms with fucked up batteries. Anyway, I don't want to set off the babies, so I haven't been doing that. But if I'm leaving and therefore they can't get mad at me because I'm gone in the wind, then it doesn't matter. Then I can do whatever I want. If there are no consequences, you can do whatever you want. Like that kick streamer who pushed that lady. Well, she didn't push the lady. She verbally, emotionally pushed the lady into the lake, and the lady almost drowned. Like her, no consequences. You can try and kill a man. It's fine. It's fine. You can try and murder someone. Film it all on a live stream. Post it everywhere. Make clips, TikToks. Reply to everyone's tweets about it. Oh my God, she kept tweeting about it. She thought she gotcha'd Moist Critical. So Penguins has now made a video about it. As well, a bunch of people have now made videos about it. And she clipped the thumbnail of the video and then quote over the top of it. YouTuber exploits woman almost drowning for views. Because he covered the story of her and her attempted murder. I'm exaggerating, but basically attempted murder. Just a wee bit of murder. And she thought she cooked. She really did. She thought she was cooking, and she just did not. If she was cooking, it was not good food. It was not good. She burnt that baby, is what it was. No, it's more of an undercooked situation. It's like just hard rice is what it was. Well, of course, she can do no wrong. Obviously, she's literally 12 years old. Except she's not. She's over the age of 17. I know that for sure. She's probably 20 something. And yet, in her brain, she's still an immature 12-year-old is what it is. And there are 12-year-olds that are way more mature, but she's literally 12 inside of her head still. It's ridiculous. Anyway, she was just cooking meth. So is the lady, to be honest. Whoa, that's mean. We don't know that. And the thing I didn't cover about this last stream, actually, the thing I didn't cover and I should have covered. If you don't know what I'm talking about, her name is... I don't know, actually. I completely tossed it out of my mind. What's her name? Anyway, there's a kick streamer who was like saying, it was daring someone who clearly was not okay to jump in the pool, jump in the lake, jump in the lake. Ooh, jump in the lake, I'll do it, I'll get the pool. And then she did, and then she almost drowned. But anywho, it was a whole thing, and then her friends were laughing and she ran away and they didn't help her. And then she was trying to gaslight her, being like, I didn't tell you to jump, etc, etc, etc. But the thing I didn't cover about that video, the thing I didn't talk about, was that she was making a lot of comments. Natalie Reynolds, thank you. She was making a lot of comments like, wait, she was mentally unwell? Why do they even let her near the lake? You gotta lock up the crazies. It's not like they can't go places and do things. You heard it here first. You heard it there first. If you have a mental illness, you must stay at home at all times because that'll make it better. Yeah, listen. Diagnosable mental health conditions, everything is 1 or more than 1% of the population. Literally everything. Borderline personality disorder, 1%. Schizophrenia, 2. My numbers are so wrong. Schizophrenia can't be more common than BPD, can it? No. Anyway, whatever. PTSD, 3.5%. I know that one for a fact. Anyway, the point is, if so many people, that's a lot of people, if so many people have diagnosable mental health conditions, and those are just the ones that are diagnosed, and you have to go and get the help and go through a million different hoops to be diagnosed in the first place, think about how many crazies there are in the world. Loads! Everyone, all of us, guaranteed we're on Twitch. Right? Absolutely guaranteed. So she wants to put like 30% of the population in camps. No, I'm joking. That's not what she's saying. But they're not allowed by lakes. Everyone has to avoid the lake. No lakes for you. And she's like, oh, she's just roaming around like cattle. Anywho, I didn't mention that at the time, and I was watching it back again, and I was like, yo, I should have made more of a deal about this, considering that we're a psychology mental health channel, and she was absolutely roasting all people who are mentally unwell. I definitely should have mentioned it at the time, but there it is. I have autism. I should be locked in a rubber room so I don't hurt myself on sharp surfaces. Very important to me. It's very important that you know that about yourself too. I had a maths teacher that wouldn't let us have scissors. Not really related, but I feel like it kind of is. We were 15, no scissors. 15. Although, to be fair, I don't know why we would need scissors in a math lesson. Maths! Oh my god. I said math! What the? You're ruining me! Maths! I don't know. Ew, I know. Neil, thank you for the follow. But I don't know why you would need scissors in a maths lesson. So, to subtract physically. Yeah. Time to renounce British citizenship. Do you know what? To this day, I keep taking them. I've taken like 60 tests, maybe, like 60 tests. I cannot beat the citizenship test. I can't do it. I don't know the answers. I don't know. I can't do it. I have not once passed the British citizenship test. Not one time. I found out another fun fact yesterday, totally unrelated. We'll get started on the rage topic first, but we're just chit-chatting for the time being in case anyone's tapping their foot impatiently, as you do. I always get a few comments at the beginning of the stream being like, talk about the topic! And it's like, yes, no, I will. Wait, but I learned something fun the other day. So language, speaking, we all do it. Most of us do it. We type, at least. Language and speaking, communicazione, we do. Drums doesn't. You literally just did. But we did. We do. We speak to people. I don't know why I'm focusing so much on that point. That I don't need to convince you of that. Let me move on. Let me say the next sentence. I found out the other day that in terms of mistakes that you make, like swapping around letters or stumbling over a word or accidentally saying what you mean in a Freudian slip kind of way, which by the way is That's a whole other topic. Anyway, apparently 1 in 500 sentences is the average. We make mistakes in 1 in 500 sentences. And to be fair, sentences are quite short. So me just saying that, this is my fifth sentence. And then here's another one. And if you're lucky, there's another one. So sentences are quite short and we do say a lot of them. That's number 5. But 1 in 500 sentences, on average, you make one mistake. Does that sound right for you guys? Because I seem to make a mistake 1 in 3, 1 in 4. You know? I make way more mistakes 1 in 500. Yeah, me too. Me too. I say the wrong things all the time. You made it up, right? No, my Kinu app told me. Not sponsored. Might try and get sponsored. Kinu app. I don't know if it's pronounced that way. Seems a lot higher for me. Right? If I speak, if you say 499 sentences a day, then you'll never make a mistake. Exactly. And if you kidnap 19 women, one of them will fall in love with you. It's just statistics. Same thing. Is today's topic anger or anger mistakes? Today's topic is screaming. Healthy ways of dealing with your anger. So not necessarily about anger. We kind of do need to start with what is anger in a very vague way, but it's not important. We've done it so many times that whatever. Today is screaming. It's the screaming stream. Ah! Probably going to be doing that a lot on the stream today. Yeah. Hi, Pim. Welcome in. Should we kidnap Perry? No. Should we kidnap Perry? Advice? That's not my advice. My advice would be to not kidnap anyone. But at the same time, I'm not your mum. Do what you like. Kidnap women till one falls in love with you. I'm just saying statistically, is it 1 in 19 or 1 in 18? Statistically, if you kidnap enough women, Stockholm Syndrome would set in, which by the way is not what Stockholm Syndrome is, and they'll fall in love with you. Stockholm Syndrome is not love. That's not what happens. They just empathize with you and they like you and they might try to help you get lesser sentences. That's what Stockholm Syndrome is. Empathy for your kidnapper. It's not love or romantic love. They're not going to shag you. But when we did a stream on Stockholm Syndrome, y'all ignored me when I said that. And you guys started calculating. You literally whipped out your calculators and you're right, okay, so if it's 1 in this number, then statistically we need to kidnap this many women. I love brewing a coffee a lot. See, that was a mistake. That's definitely less than 1 in 500. I love brewing coffee a lot, but I enjoy brewing anger much more. Yours or someone else's? You just enjoy the concept of brewing anger. Actually, remember that. Remember the concept of brewing anger, maybe in other people, because I'm about to show you someone who... I don't know if she's a villain, but she's got some weird villain energy. Like, huge villain energy. It's actually ridiculous. 200 is the critical number of viewers that makes the chat unreadable. We're not quite there yet. So you're good. You've got another 15 minutes, most likely. Enjoy. Brewing anger is like brewing coffee, but much more bitter. That's hard to do because coffee's quite bitter, isn't it? So, yeah. I said we do mind control gaming. Is that off then? It's not off. It's just quite hard to do. The reason I said that is because the Elden Ring DLC is coming out, the Shadow of the Erdtree. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it with mind control with the 4 commands that we have never done before. I've never played a Dark Souls game with 4 mental commands. That's absolutely fucking insane. So basically thinking about 4 different things to press 4 different buttons. I was going to try and get it to work at once. So I can press different buttons at once. That seems like a way bigger project and might not happen in time. But anyway, the Elden Ring DLC is coming out on the 21st and we need to start building the controller and practicing. So my idea was to do some of that today on the original Elden Ring. But I think we might stick to this. Listen, if we run out of stuff to talk about and we're just staring at each other like awkward flatmates after an argument and we're sat in the living room and we're just sort of staring at each other and we just don't really know what to say to each other and everyone's checking their watches. If we get to that point, then we might jump on, which means I should probably charge an EEG. Okay. Although, can you really jump on if I'm using the full crown? It's not quite jump on, is it? It's half an hour of fucking setup. And there's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do because we got to set up at the time. I can't limit that any. I mean, I could go faster, but I can't limit that at all. You're not really jumping on. So, okay, if we do an hour of stream, if we get to the sitting and looking at each other awkwardly in the next hour, then we'll do it. This seems very unlikely. Did you already soak the pads? You're only supposed to soak the pads for 10 minutes, so that would be a bad idea to do it now. I have trust in today's topic. I do too. I think it's a good one. I found you 2 people. One has huge villain energy. The other has huge villain energy. And you know what's beautiful about this? Listen, not political, but I do say a lot, everyone is the same. Everyone is the same, and that's beautiful. We're all the same. Everyone gets upset by stuff. Everyone is irrational sometimes and stupid sometimes and smart other times. Everyone has doubts and fears and insecurities, and everyone sucks in some ways. And we're all the same. Yorian disagrees. Tell me why. Okay, why? Everybody poops. Yes, they do. Exactly. And so that's what's nice about this topic, because we've got 2 sides of the same coin. We've got well, I'll just show you. I won't tell you about it. Yeah, I suck. Hi bot, sorry about that. Don't generalize human beings. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I said that everyone's going through the same struggles and it brings humanity together. How rude of me. That was so rude. Get her! Ugh. What is that? Quick. Disgusting. Absolutely. That was gross. That was a vile experience. No, thank you. Sun, in England, that's why I don't trust it. It's probably some sort of drone. Some sort of attack from the government. I don't love it. The sun, it burns. Hi, Cactus. I'm stupid at all times. I'm sure that's not true. Because, listen, you might have a string of, I assume, meaningless numbers. Hey, whoa, they might have meaning in your username, and that's an odd choice. But, at the same time, you had excellent grammar for that 5-word sentence. So, not always. Why do you have 6 numbers in your username? Look, yo, I'm not opposed to it. You were smart clicking on this stream. Yes, you were, and immediately got bullied. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not opposed to the numbers in the usernames. Numbers are fine. You have 6 numbers. Do they have meaning? They can have meaning. That's beautiful if they do. You don't need to tell me what they mean. That's a very personal question. In which case, again, I apologize. I'm so sorry. It's okay. She shadow bans me from time to time. Do you mean I miss one of your messages? Is that what you mean? Like every now and then I won't see one of Dune's messages and he's just sitting there like, shadow banned. That's what happens. Again, guys, I'm sorry. That's 3 now. My bad. Wow. And then someone before the stream was like, Perry has shit thumbnails. Who said that? I'm naming and shaming. The only reason I'm doing this is because it doesn't actually bother me, so don't feel bad. But if it did bother me, I would have just deleted it. Fuck you. You will be silenced. You did delete it. No, I deleted something else. Can we have a sub goal for advanced training for thumbnails for the poor editor? There's no editor, it's me. Hey! Whoa! You're right. I'll work on it. Again, I'm sorry. When a person is banned but doesn't know it, so they continue chatting as normal, but nobody can see their messages. Yes, that's shadow banning. I got shadow banned on TikTok once. on a different account because I posted like a skit. I should never post skits. It was not good, but the idea was funny. But I posted a skit where I was stealing, it was an unboxing video, like an unboxing video, but I was stealing my neighbor's mail. It was my neighbor's mail unboxing. That's funny. But the thing is, I didn't make it clear that I wasn't actually stealing my neighbor's mail. It was just, I didn't make it clear that actually it was my mail and it was just a joke. So I got banned because it was a crime. Oops. Valid and oops. Porch Pirate Perry. Oh, that's good. That's good. I love that. The alliteration really just mwah. You got banned on Omegle? That's like saying you got banned on Kick. How does one get banned from Omegle? Can anyone explain that to me? How? Perry crime is funny, Cariel. Oopsie, committed a crime, just a little one, it's fine. Next video, using mind control to steal my neighbor's mail. No, because that would be easy. Get a little bot, make it go forward. It's just this, like a funny skit, so it doesn't have to work that well, but you just make it go forward. Clear them? Write it down! Wait, I found this the other day and we should use it. Write it down! What? Write down. don't pin his ellipses. Druid, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. Thank you. Write down what? Are you not watching the stream? How dare you? Write down stealing my neighbor's mail with mind control. Using mind control to steal my neighbor's mail. That's really funny. But we'll make it really clear this time so it's not, I don't get banned. So it's like, it'll actually be a joke and not a crime. You know, that'll be good. Not again. We can't go through the same thing again. No, but this is better and it's science. This is better. It's an evolution, Cleedum. It's an evolution. We grow. Cleed, we're gonna need to talk again. You can't hold me down. You can't suppress. I was gonna say my genius, but it was like legitly your idea, not my idea from like 3 messages ago. My genius. I did it. What do you fucking mean rage is good for you? Luke, I'm gonna need you to settle down. Gonna need you to, you know. Does that make it better or worse? I was told to do that. I was really angry about something. I don't think I was yelling. Maybe I was, but I had bad tone. I had very bad tone. I was snippy. Snippy is the word I would use. Anyway, and someone told me like, oh, Perry. Like from Friends. Did not make me feel less angry. Didn't work. No, didn't make me feel better. Fuck that bitch. I did leave though. So, don't remember what the context of this was. I have no idea. And I don't remember who it was either. No clue. I very rarely get angry. That's a lie. Calm down, Perry. No need to get angry. It reminds me of that Emmy song. I keep watching her videos because I just can't get enough of it. That Emmy song where she's like, there's a whole... This isn't a good thing to say. There's a whole thing where she's like, you tell me to shush? You tell me to what? You tell me to huh? Therapy helps a lot, it's true. Oh my god, Dune! Thank you so much for the 7 gifted! Whoa! That's amazing! Thank you so much! Thank you. Joel's in chat. Joel's in chat for Dune. Thank you. And Bjorn, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Bjorn is a fantastic name. Sorry if I'm saying it wrong. Sorry if that's like straight up not your name. Side note, new sentence, new paragraph. Bjorn is an amazing name. That was another mistake. Was that 1 in 500? Okay, I'm gonna keep track of this. I'm gonna keep track of this. I'm going to ding the dinger every sentence, which is gonna make streaming very difficult, and then see how often I make a mistake. It's for science. Maybe we should save that for a language stream and we should come up with a better way to do it, actually. Clean write it down! Yeah, that's what we'll do. Not today. Do you have a transcription? Ooh, that's a good point. We have subtitles, but how will we know if the subtitle makes a mistake or if it was me? One time I said CGA instead of CGI. It was because I have trouble speaking sometimes. Like right now I'm pilled up and I'm caffeinated up, right? So I think my speaking's really good right now. I'm really proud of myself. Look at the mistakelessness. But you know, a lot of the time this will wear off and my speaking is not so good. So I just made the wrong sound. I obviously know it's CGI, but like 3 people freaked out and then I got 2 DMs being like, Perry, it's CGI. Perry, they were being helpful. It was very nice, but Perry, it's CGI, not CGA. You look like an idiot. I know, I made the wrong sound. Doesn't matter. No one believes me. Me saying this now especially makes it less believable, and I see that. You're supposed to say bitch boy after the bell. That's only if I'm asking him to bring me something. So if I wanted coffee, it's bitch boy. But if I'm just, you know, a different kind of task, then I don't abuse Cleedom. How can you be certain when one sentence ends and the other sentence starts? Sometimes semicolons are elusive. That was a beautiful sentence. I loved it. You're right. You're totally right. I am getting into writing again because I really enjoyed writing when I was in school. I wanted to be a writer originally. No, I wanted to be a farmer originally. And then I wanted to be an ethnobotanist because I saw one on TV. He just makes herbal remedies. And then I decided that I don't just take paracetamol, you know. And then and then I wanted to be a writer for like a hot 5 years. And then I realized, so let's do something else. Let's do music. Gannet, hi, welcome in. How are you doing? Pilled up, you mean Adderall? Oh yeah, baby, sorry for calling you baby. I'm all on the, what is Adderall? What is Adderall? I actually don't know. It's an American thing. You guys just kind of pop pills left, right, and center, don't you? ADHD meds. Oh, no. Hi, Chubb, welcome in. It's not that, no, but I see why you think that. Focus meds. I had a friend who was... Shouldn't say that. That is a crime. It wasn't me, though. And I knew about it after the fact, so I couldn't even stop it, so I'm not an accessory. He sold modafinil at school. He was 14. Statute of limitations, for sure, right? For sure. Everyone who said meth isn't wrong either. Who is saying meth? Who is saying meth? Hi, what's up, Cam? Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh my god, Anonymous, whoever you are, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I so appreciate that. Sorry, it was 3 minutes ago. That's so lame of me. I'm so grateful. Adderall is meth. Well, it's a different kind of meth. You know? There's nuance. It's a spectrum. You know? It is meth adjacent, for sure. It's not necessary. I love that you said meth adjacent. I didn't even see that before I said it. We're just so like this. But yeah. Yeah, there's nuance. It's meth adjacent, but it's a doctor says it's okay. So, and it does work. So it's fine. I know that they prescribed mercury and LSD back in the day, but it doesn't matter. Testerox, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. I don't condone crime. What dose am I on? Of meth? No, 0. Oh my god. Doctors also said lobotomies were okay. That's true. They were sticking ice picks in people's eyes. Listen, that's true. I don't want to foster an aura of paranoia around ADHD medication because it does work really well on 60% of people. But listen, it works 100% of the time on 60% of people, and that's probably because There's lots of different reasons why stuff happens. It's probably not the same reason why they have ADHD over someone else. You can develop all of the symptoms of something and not have the same neurological reason why. So the medication, the meth, is going to affect the neurological reason why. So my guess, but whole way that's just me. My guess is that those 60% have the brain stuff and the 40% have the symptoms for a different reason. That's my guess. But for those 60%, it's banging. So, GG. I guess you have to, like, check if your brain doesn't do the brain things before you... And again, we're saying meth is a joke. It's not just straight up meth. I'm not saying go buy meth. I mean go to a... It's not the same thing. Go to a doctor. Big thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm asking because I'm on Elvance, which is a slow-release ADHD med. Oh, how's it working for you? That's so good. I assume it's good that you're proactive and doing something. That's awesome. A rescue dose of Adderall. Interesting. Rather than upping the Elvance dose.
Tyne_Elginson says, we had to hospitalize my sister one day. She wanted to have a room with a working TV. I went to the receptionist and nurse lady and asked for one. She said, where can I get it from? I don't have any.
Tig, is this
and
a
I
pun?
lost myself and started screaming. If you do not get my sister her stories and a new room as soon as possible, then I will come down on this hospital like the hammer of Thor. The thunder of my vengeance will echo through these corridors like the gust of 1,000 winds.
Why do I let you, TTS? Every time. No, you didn't. Every time. At least it wasn't a pun that time. Or maybe it was, but it just went over my head. It happened. Oh, it did? Oh, I'm sorry that happened to your sister. And that's why Ty got reception. Yeah, I'm sorry it happened to your sister and the receptionist. My God. I will come down on you like the hammer of Thor. That's how you get bullied. I'm just saying that for free. That is how you get... How old were you? Oh, no. No, it didn't happen. Oh, okay. The receptionist is terrified of thunder now. We're going to be talking about phobias a little bit as well. So that's useful. We'll bring up Tig's story as well if we remember. You like superheroes? Lame. I like superheroes. I enjoy it. It's about escapism and realizing your fantasy. If you put yourself in the position of the superhero who previously didn't have powers, it's always previously didn't have powers, because they could be you or me, right? If you put yourself in the position of that person, then it can be escapism in terms of, hey, you could be special, he's special, you can live vicariously through that and feel not so sad anymore. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Anyway, let's get going, shall we? Let's get going. So, Muttertoad. Do we have Muttertoad in chat? It's cool if not. I mean, it doesn't matter if not, because they wouldn't have heard any of this. So, I don't have to say it's cool if not, because they won't hear that part either. Anyway, Muttertoad put this video on the suggestions channel. Very useful. Thank you so much. Put this suggestion on the suggestions channel. Does it matter how many mistakes you make in a sentence? Or is it just 1 in 500 regardless of how many mistakes? Because that was a nightmare. 1 in 500, boys! 1 in 500 sentences. Ding, 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 ding. Anyway, they put this video in the suggestions channel on Discord, and thank you, and here it is. And this is the this is the basis of our stream today. It's the script. There are so many things wrong with this scene. There are so many things wrong with this stream. Scene, not stream. The stream is great. Fuck you who says otherwise. But what is that? What is that? Why did... Ugh. That's hideous. Hideous, I tell you. Oh, because we have data. Oh, I see. Got it. We do this. Okay, Pog. Oh my god, we've almost hit the sub goal for the stream. That's crazy. Dude, that's crazy. Thank you. Astrobellin, hi, welcome in. How are you doing? They're wearing pants. They are wearing pants. Just to confirm, so no one freaks out. All of these women are wearing trousers. I don't know why that was a question, but just in case. Yes. Phew, God. Oh, okay. So this video, that looks like ass to me. How would you know? Oh, sorry. Rage is good for people? Why? That's the entire stream. I can't tell you. I can't tell you because then there's no mystery and everyone will leave. So literally every single person will vacate the stream if I tell you right now. Rip. I think that was a self-burn. No one knows who Cleanum is, so it doesn't matter. I hope those are trousers, or that lass is very ill. Otherwise, she should go to the doctor. Yeah, it's true. I've seen this video. Saw it on the channel of someone reacting. Do you remember who? And he roasted the fuck out of them, but the creator was a moron. Wait, no, I think I know what you're talking about. I wasn't gonna play this video, and I still won't. But it might be useful to know that it exists. Was it this? Valuetainment? Yeah, so these are podcast boys of the older generation, which gives them more confidence than the regular podcast boys and more credibility, which is annoying. But they say the same thing as the podcast boys, and they basically look at this, and I mean, you can tell from the title already, ugh, cringe. They're basically looking at this and they literally laugh at them. I mean, to be fair, we might do a bit of laughing as well, but they literally laugh at them. And they, yeah. In the first 5 seconds, one of the hosts points out that he can see one of their vaginas, even though they're all wearing leggings. So I think he just doesn't know what a vagina looks like, which is a bit of a self-burn, but there he is. DSG, thank you for that. Whoa, 1 year. Oh my God, that's so exciting. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So you can tell that, you know, they know what they're talking about, and these guys suck. But anyway, it wasn't that one. Oh, interesting. Okay. Might be able to dig it up too, if you don't mind. I mean, we might, nothing might come of it, but so you know, don't kill yourself, but it's still cool. Moist Critical has also criticized it. Oh, he did? No, I'm getting distracted. Let's start with our own thing. Where are we? Here. Okay, cool. So this is a person called Mia Magic. And she is a self-proclaimed witch. She does a lot of stuff. We're going to get into her a little bit later on in the stream. And one of the stuff that she does is a rage ritual as part of a much longer retreat. And in this rage ritual, she basically encourages people to dig up their emotions and scream it out. So let's do it. There's a lot of screaming in this video. I'll try and lower the volume a little bit. They compress it pretty well, to be fair, but do let me know if it's for you guys. Yeah, get one out, drums. Ah! Okay, let's do it. Yeah, beat that floor.
Rage has been demonized and villainized, especially in the feminine. But our sacred
in everyone.
Rage is what has incited so many movements, created so much change on our planet. It is imperative that we allow ourselves safe spaces to release this fiery, hot emotion from within us so that it can no longer poison or toxify our internal emotional reality. Even though a volcano can be destructive in its eruption, ultimately that is also what creates paradise. We have to give ourselves permission to.
I just find that funny. Just alone, I find that funny. I'm not making comments on anything else, but she said that the rage is like a volcano erupting and that it might be destructive initially, but it creates paradise. And I'm just thinking maybe you should talk to like the people of Pompeii about that, like paradise. I mean, it's a pretty cool historical thing now. You can go and look at it. Look at it. I guess. I mean, there's been quite a lot of victims, but the ash does make for good farmland. So I'm not sure, but hey, that's fine, Dion. Thank you so much for having a go. I appreciate that. That seems like a recipe to bonk yourself in the head with a stick. Oh, you know you totally would, right? As you're lifting it up. Bah. I totally would. The duality of volcanoes creates islands. Pompeii. It's pretty cool that we have Pompeii now, but it's probably better that that didn't happen. You know, not probably. It was a tragedy, but it's pretty cool that we have it as a it's not a there's no silver lining to Pompeii. You get what I'm saying? You understand me. Right, let's keep going.
Fully emote, to release that which has remained stuck.
The people
and
living their
suppressed
wet
inside
thrills.
of ourselves in order to be free.
Freedom. It's about freedom, she says.
I'm Mia Magic.
Hi,
Something
Mia.
I have become very notorious for, and that my retreats are highly coveted in order to experience, is rage rituals.
Are we ready for some rage?
Oh, we're fucking ready. If you're gonna work with me, you know you're getting yourself into some like pretty wild shit. You're gonna need big sticks.
Most
Big sticks!
women have been shamed for their anger. It's been something that they have been punished for or never allowed to show.
This is all about
Put a one in the chat if you have, or if you just feel that anger, or displaying anger like this is something that you would be shamed and punished for, and you feel like you suppress it a lot. We're going to use the word suppression a lot in the stream. We're also going to use the word repression a lot in the stream. They are different. I will explain the difference. In general, use the word suppression. Yeah, okay, Lotto, I'm seeing a lot of ones. I'm a one as well. I'm the sort of person that I don't like making noise. Surprising. Shut the fuck up. I don't like making noise. As a teenager, I was very, 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 very quiet. Didn't say a single thing. Though to be fair, when I did say stuff, it was snippy. But but anyway, didn't say a single thing ever. And now, yeah, as a music student, yeah. Well, no, that wasn't a teenager, really. I get absolutely roasted by the boys. Sorry, I'm not laughing at the idea of you having boys. I'm sure you do have the boy. I'm sure that's... Sorry, I get absolutely roasted by the boys if I went into the forest and screamed at the sun and beat the ground. Yeah, but maybe they're just not the right boys for you if that's something you wanted to do. By the way, I should say now that the title is not clickbait. I should have put it in quotation marks. This is a stream about the opinion that rage is good for you. It's not necessarily my opinion, but you don't know yet because I haven't told you yet, because please don't leave me. My rage gets auto-suppressed these days unless it's with the family
Freedom says,
for some
scream
reason.
timer.
Thank you for the bits. Wait, you paid bits for that? We share a bank account. Dude! We share a bank account. All you've done is give like 40 of those to Jeffrey Bezos. We love Jeffrey Bezos. Love you, Jeffrey Bezos. Paul, thank you for the bits. I
Paul
appreciate
says,
that.
damn, I can dig myself a hole faster than Usain Bolt runs the 100-meter dash.
Thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. That was a nice English scream. Ah. That is usually how I scream, to be fair. If something makes me angry, I usually go, ah, and then maybe I like add that volume and then walk away. Just walk away. Do as Jesus does and turn the other cheek. Now, I'm not sure which cheek is the other cheek. I can only assume he means his ass. I really don't. I haven't read the Bible. Let's keep going.
Something that they have been punished for or never allowed to show.
This is all about.
So a lot of us can relate to
for
that.
People to truly experience the emotion that has been so shamed and so suppressed within us. Whether we have been verbally, physically, or sexually abused, so many women have never had the opportunity to stand up to those who have
so many people as well.
Violence or any kind of disrespect against themselves, and this is a place where we get to go full out without any holds barred, without any limitation, without any feeling of restriction.
Damn.
Starting in, feeling into
Lucas, thanks for the follow.
what makes me angry, who has made me angry, who has hurt me, who has broken me, who has cut me down. Guess what? You're still fucking here. Right now, I
Woo!
feel angry. Right now, I
Still
feel
fucking here,
frustrated.
bad
Whatever
boys!
you're feeling, let it out. Express yourself.
Some people
Let
aren't,
yourself
but
feel.
we don't
Be
talk about...
heard.
They won't exhibit rage, so it doesn't matter. Ah! Ah! Ah's in chat! Screams in chat! Ah! 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 Welcome to the screaming stream! Ah! Give it to him! Beat that ground! Show them bitches! Ah! Oh, they're still going. They're really going for it. I mean, yeah, do what you gotta do, bad boys. She's really...
Gambit says,
Oh, no. Is that even a rage? I'm gonna go ahead and do it again because I cut off the beginning because I lowered the sound of the video and it's the same outsource. But this was your message, Ninebox.
Paracariel says,
Thank you. Thank you. Right, women screaming in the forest. Yeah, she's a bit lackluster. You know. Yeah! Her stick is curvy. I like that one. Eyes, thanks for the follow. Fight for that little girl inside you. Remember that. Ah! Okay, is it just me, but does she give villain vibes? We're going to discuss whether or not she is a villain. But just this, she kind of really scares me. The leader. Loki origin. The smiling while looking up at the sky is so spooky. It is. She is a witch and therefore plagued by Satan, according to some people. So she's absorbing the scream energy. It fuels her. She's like, Monsters Inc. I remember the name of it. Monsters Inc. That's what it is. Why is the leader so happy? She will say. And it's still villain energy. So here's where I got sad for the video. Can we have Sages in chat? Lots of Sages, please. Because they will... Yeah, put your Sages in chat. Murder! Mega! So, the entire time, in case you missed it, the leader was saying how you should remember the stuff that happened to you. Remember your trauma. Remember when you were assaulted. Remember when you were whatever it is, all of the people who have wronged you or whatever has happened. And dig up those emotions and get it all out for freedom, for Scotland, for freedom and for all of these things. So it was, you know, that's what she was telling them to do. And one thing she mentioned was, tell that little girl inside of yourself that you will protect her. Remember these things. And now, you know, she's getting the demons away from them with the sage. As you do. Is that a butterfly wing? That's pretty sick.
Creating this incredibly intentional ceremony in sisterhood, side by side, so that we can create conscious, positive change together, hand in hand.
I get so much joy out of watching that. So much joy. Because it's freedom and it's truth and it's real.
Villain energy.
Raw, and it's
right?
primal. It takes a lot. It's not easy. It's hard to do that practice.
Yeah, and Yzma laugh.
So really honor your courage. It takes a fuckload of courage to do that practice.
I think like I dropped in for the first time with my real scream and like my real anger. I just think it was like the healthiest thing I've ever done for myself.
That was so beautiful. Having permission to go there and to speak those words and to feel that fucking rage. Thank you so much.
Knowing that pain is there, like I feel like I let that out, and that rage within me being like, why is this happening to me? And just knowing that I'm still connected to the earth and the earth hears me and responds, that's all I need. And in safe spaces like this.
GG.
I have found this practice to be one of the most transformative, one of the most alchemical, and one of the most permissive to give us the full experience of liberation. So
in terms of the liberation part of it, one of the testimonial women, they said in their testimonial that it was the most healthy thing that they had ever done. She uses the word transformative. That's good. Testimonials are a form of evidence. They are not the only form of evidence because they're biased and they can lead people going into it thinking, they can prime people basically. You go into it because you've heard the testimonials already thinking it's going to work for you. Placebo-wise, that means it might work for you better. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. But I should just say at this point, there is no scientific evidence whatsoever that this is actually good for you. There's a little bit of scientific evidence that it has long-term other effects. It could be good for you depending on what you do afterwards. So the first time that I watched this video, the thing that I really paid attention to was what she did afterwards. Digging up these memories, digging up these emotions, expressing it, hitting the ground. So hitting behaviors is quite an important thing to remember. We'll come back to that. That is... all well and good, but the thing that matters the most is what you do afterwards. You know, the aftercare, if you will. Very important. But she did some relaxation techniques. She put the sage all over their faces and then hit her with some feathers and stuff. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty good. And I should say the retreat itself is a week or more than that. I think it's 1 week, and that is the only rage stuff they do. So they dress up and they talk to each other and they have meals and they do a lot of nice relaxation, meditative stuff. So therefore, we're going to talk about the negatives, but I think it's okay in this context.
Everything that's been stuck, that's been held back, that's been suppressed, every word we've never spoken, every time we've ever been shut up or shut down, silenced or suppressed, we have an opportunity to give ourselves the healing and the acknowledgement that our inner children or that wounded part of us so
cute. This looks fun.
Desire and truly need in order to move forward, in order to transform. These experiences are one of my greatest honors.
They do music.
If you are interested in joining me
and such,
please click the link below. We have 2 incredible experiences and opportunities where you can come and do this rage ritual with me in conscious community and experience the safe space to be able to say anything you've never said, to do the things perhaps you've never done, to be a fully expressed version of yourself in a way that is sacredly held. Thank you so much for watching this video. I know this is a topic that resonates deeply with all of us.
Does it resonate deeply with you?
Like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. I am Mia Magic, and as always, thank you so much for allowing me the deep honor and pleasure of welcoming you to your most magical life.
I really like her, and I don't know why. Imagine being racist and going there, screaming all your racist rage into the ground. I hate this particular group of people. Ah! Can you imagine? And everyone's just watching you like, ah. Oh no. I'm resonating right now. Oh my God. I know I said to let loose, but that was too far. Keep it to yourself. Yeah, that's the sort of rage you should 100% keep to yourself. There are some things that you should keep to yourself, like racism, other isms and phobias. Not all isms. Oh my God, every single time I say isms, you guys are like, even autism? What about solipsism? What about patriotism? Shut up. Shut up. You know what I mean. Really, no one said it? You don't like the stream anymore? Optimism? No space for optimism! Get it out of here! But anyway. Ism, not tism. Wait, that sounds like we're anti... That sounds like we're pro-racism and anti-autism, but it's tism, not ism. Yeah. Phallophobia-ism. Is that a fear of phalluses? Even sexism? Height-ism. Do you know what was really funny? So I did music at A-level in school. Okay, it's not really funny. I set you up too much for this story. I did music at school and music at uni originally. But anyway, so at school there were barbershops. So, what's another word for it? a cappella groups, right? I wasn't in an a cappella group, but there were a cappella groups. And I knew all the people in there because they were part of my music course. And so what happened one time, it did make me feel very special, but what happened is that the Barbershop Quartet was on stage and they were singing. And I was in one of the front rows. And I swear to God, this guy looked directly at me when he sung the lyrics. Short people got no reason. Short people got no reason. Short people got no reason to live. Got no reason to live. I was like, damn, so early on a Sunday. Woo! Okay, whatever, buddy. Great song with a strong message. What is the context behind those lyrics? I really am not sure. I really don't know where that song comes from. If you could reach, I bet you would have slapped him. He was on a stage no one could reach. Okay, no one can reach. Thank you so much. Harsh, wasn't it just? Respectfully, you have no reason to live. Oh my God, please don't clip that out of context. I mean the Height song. I'm quoting the lyrics. Just throw something. I don't know if people would approve that behavior. Throwing bottles at singers' heads while they're performing. I think notoriously that's not a good thing to do. Potentially. No one could reach, especially short people. Actually, it's disabled people in a wheelchair. Then short people. Then. If we're just thinking about it. That's it. Can't reach when you're only 4'11". I'm not 4'11". Oh, Mudder, we're doing your topic. Thank you for the suggestion. We're doing the rage ritual. Thank you for that. Can everyone get claps for Mudder Toad for doing my job for me? Thank you, Toad, for doing the unpaid labor that made this stream possible. If you're under the age of 18, that's child labor and I could go to prison. That's not true. Claps for Mudder. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's carry on. So, raid rituals. Raid rituals. She was talking about her course in general. I found the course because it was the first link in the bio of this video. I found it through the power of investigation.
The witch.
It's called Queendom. Queendom. Rediscover your royalty in a fairy tale French castle. Yes. So it's in France, and basically it's literally a castle, and you stay in rooms like this, and you have just a bunch of stuff. People say we shouldn't believe in fairy tales, that happily ever after isn't real. I have found the exact opposite to be true. Is she Delulu? Or is she telling the true Lulu? Paulette. Just based on these two sentences. Is she Delulu or telling the true Lulu? She's a genius. Oh. Have I signed up for this year's session? No, and I'll tell you why shortly. She's a Griff Dulu. Hi, Captain. Welcome in. I'm gonna say 1 based on the fact that you're doing a stream about her. Very, very thought through. Forgot the word. Very, very brain good of you. Hi, Krunos. Welcome in. I've never been through a forever, so I can't say. See, that's a good point. That's a good. Very Thinkulu. Absolutely. She's only on the Hulu. Stop it. Stop it. All right. Well, thank you for voting. 80% of you say that she Delulu and not telling the true Lulu. Damn. What critics. Everyone is bitter and sad, including me. Let's keep going. Society has taught women and everybody to play small, but fairy tales have safeguarded the stories of our true magic spelled with a K, so you know it's legit, and power for generations. Now science is proving that simply believing in the possibility of magic with a K brings it to life within us. Depends what she means. Metaphorically, that can be up to interpretation. Is it proving that you too can have magic with a K? Science. Science with a K. Is it saying that? I don't know. Our grandest visions to be cherished only in the secret chambers of our hearts, believing we are too much or never enough. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever felt that you're too much or never enough. Hi, Code. Yes, science! Love it. Absolutely love it. This is a very interesting bit of science that I haven't heard before. That's what I say when someone tells me something that I know is not real, but I want to be nice to them, or it's a meeting, or if it's important that we maintain good relations. When they say something that I'm just like, that is a load of shit, that's my go-to answer. My go-to is, interesting, I've never heard of that before. Damn. And then I say something like, oh, tell me more about that. So they get talking and they like me. It also gives them an opportunity to say, it might not be real. And then, you know, they revert. Ma chérie, imagine. That's what I do. It's not manipulative. If it's nice to people. It makes them feel good. So therefore it's fine. Hi, Nikki. I've never heard of that because it's not backed in any scientific literature whatsoever. I've never heard of that because that's the most batshit thing I've ever thought about. That's insane. I've never heard of that because you've literally just strung random words together. So how could I have? Anyway, I've never heard of that because you've literally pulled it from an alternate dimension. But carry on. Next up, mold eaters. Can I get one of those to clear out my house? Because that would be very useful. It's just not widely reported. To be fair, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't have scientific backing, and the reason it doesn't have scientific backing is because people haven't done enough studies on it yet. It doesn't mean that there is a difference between doing thousands of studies and dozens of meta-analyses on those thousands of studies over the last 30 years. Over a long period of time or over a short period of time. There is a difference between that and finding no scientific evidence. And doing 2 studies in the last year and finding no scientific evidence. The first means it's not fucking true. Most likely, it's not fucking real. Like chiropractic or acupuncture. But those can be, not chiropractic, but acupuncture can be relaxing, so it does actually have benefits. It's not bad for anything, but it won't cure your cancer. You see what I'm saying? That, not real. But the other one where you've only done 2 studies ever and there's no scientific evidence, it could be 100% true, but we just don't know yet. So GG. Anyway, but I'm not sure if this is one of those things. I think there has been quite a lot of studies on primal screaming because it was around since the 70s. There was a dude, I don't know his name, a psychologist dude who came up with the idea and wrote a book about it, and that book absolutely took off because it was the 70s and everyone was like, yeah, counterculture, kill capitalism. So it's been around since the 70s. It's science. So there have been a lot of studies about it, and as thus, there is no scientific evidence that primal screaming therapy actually helps anyone. But let's analyze it. Let's analyze it. Let's analyze it and see what we actually think. And there's lots of different kinds, so maybe one of them actually legit works. And there's lots of different psychologists saying that 100% does work because of all the neuroscience. And we're going to get into the neuroscience and see if they're telling the truth. Have you seen Dr. K promoting his alternative medicine? No? What alternative medicine? Because alternative medicine to me implies bullshittery, but there are alternative medicines that are good. They won't cure your cancer, but they can be good as well. And that's probably what he means, because I think Dr. K is pretty... In my impression, he's pretty cool. Ayurveda. What is Ayurveda? Ayurveda. It's a system of traditional medicine native to India, which uses a range of treatments, including Panchakarma.
What Supcam says. Analyze. That's another one for the Diction Perry.
Thank you. Diction Perry! Thank you for the bits as well. I appreciate that. Yoga, massage, acupuncture, and herbal medicine to encourage health and well-being. I mean, it depends how you use it. This could be nice. This could be cool. Spirituality, yoga's actually genuinely really good for your mental health, genuinely, because it's movement, it's exercise, and it's meditation and mindfulness. So genuinely, those are really actually scientifically proven good things. And then massage, acupuncture is good for, again, relaxation, because it's also attention. Someone's paying a lot of attention to you by touching all your fiddly bits and things. Herbal medicine is... It depends what it is. None of this is gonna cure your cancer, but it's not bad. It can be very helpful. And stress is a big thing that affects your physical health. So if someone is rubbing your shoulders, that can relieve stress or intensify it, depending on who it is and why they're doing it. And where you are, you know? Massage parlor, GG. On a bus? With a random dude? Not GG. Really depends on the context, but it depends how you're using this. If you're using it as the only thing you do, then that's silly and wrong. If you're using it as also I'm gonna do this on top of the medicine that's been scientifically proven, then poggers, that's really good. Go for it. Some employees are ordered to do it so hard it hurts like hell, and if they don't, they might get fired. But surely if you give a bad review being like, they literally hurt me, they'd get fired as well. You can't win as a... Oh god, being a massage artist is so hard, man. You can't win. Absolutely awful. No massage on buses. No. Unless it's a specific massage bus and you know what you're getting into. Don't go up to random people on buses and being like, oh, stressful day. You're in a suit. You must have had a nightmare. Come here. Dude, let's do a front-facing one. Maintain eye contact. It's good for your soul. You can tell I don't massage. That's my idea. I don't. Apparently, I've been told that I give horrible massages and it feels like you're dying, so I stopped doing it. Anyway, if you get massaged by a bus, that means you've been hit by a bus, and that's not good for your health. Anyway, guys, let's carry on. So, you live in a castle with Machete. You live in a castle. You're with Machete. And it's an opulent bedroom. You rise to be greeted by smiling sacred sisters. When you rise? Like they're stood around your bed? Anyway, they stand by your side for profound alchemical healing. I don't know what that means, but go off. Somatic embodiment rituals. Ooh, connection with nature. Sacred activations of your inner queen. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to sacredly activate your inner queen. I feel like we could all do that pretty easily. Or we would all benefit from activating our inner queens. You know? Is every group you research American? No. A lot are though. A lot are. And I think they're just they're the most widely media sized. So it's easy to find them. I also think Americans, they're up to some things. Love you, Americans. Mwah. But you guys are up to some things sometimes. You know, you're all a little... Not all, whoa, but... Especially in Ohio and Florida, I've noticed. Whenever there's some sort of true crime that I'm researching or some sort of serial killer cannibal, right? It's always Ohio and Florida. And I don't know why, because I don't know anything about those places, but... sort of out. I don't know. That's just me. But no, we've researched a lot of stuff that's not American. None of which come to mind in this moment. Hey, whoa, there was an Indian cult leader that we did. Lots of Japanese, lots of South Koreans as well. We've done South Korean streams. Probably a lot in the UK, but I can't really tell who's who. We're all the same. US number 1. Anyway, yeah, farm to table cuisine, nourishing your body. Intertwining luxury with reverent reconnection to Mother Earth. This all looks fun as hell. This looks fun as hell. I love it. I love it. Realism was French? Yes, it was. Thank you. Exactly. UK sovereign citizens? We did do that. Thank you so much. It was great. It was fantastic. And sometimes we just do concepts which have no nationality. China has more English speakers than the US. India, no doubt, has more now too. Interesting. I always feel bad about that. It's nice that we have a universal language. I feel bad that it's English, what from the empire Sorry. But very lucky for me, because now I don't have to learn another language. Thank you. Thank you. Very lucky, because otherwise I would have had to. But actually, maybe that would be a good thing. It's supposed to be really good for your brain, knowing more than one language. This is why I struggle to pick a language to learn, because I don't know which one. Because, let's be honest, I'm only, just based on my skill set, I think I'm going to learn one, and it will never be very good. I'm not going to learn Icelandic. I'm sure it's a beautiful language, but where would you speak it, except Iceland? Learn Japanese. I was genuinely, that was a big option for me. That might be the one I go for. Spanish is pretty good because it's pretty universal. The universal tongue is Romanian. Said no one ever. Move to Montreal. Then I'd have to learn French. And French is a good one too, which is very universal. But this is the thing. I don't know where I'm going to end up. If I move to Canada, then I want to learn French. But if I move to Spain, then I should learn Spain. If I move to Italy, I'm going to have to learn Italy. If I move to Japan, then I should learn Japanese. And I just don't know yet. So I don't know. Not sure. I speak Latin. That is so wild. They haven't done that since the Roman Empire. That's crazy. That's fun. That's cool. Oh my God, do you know what you can do if you learn Latin? Hey, well, that's a good idea. Do you know what you can do if you learn Latin? You can scream Latin words at teenagers on the street in a very sinister way, and they'll think you're summoning demons or something. My friend used to do that. He used to terrorize the first years. Domine. Something else. I don't know. But there you go. There you go. Exactly. Fistia! Or however you say that. Indeed. What the fuck, Perry? Hey, it wasn't me. I didn't do that. You don't need to learn proper Latin to do that. You need like 2 or 3 phrases. That's true. That is true. Learn a little of each language and then make up your own so you can communicate to no one ever. But they will feel bad about themselves because they'll think that you're communicating in the right language, but they can't follow up with it. So if you speak it really quickly, they'll just assume they're silly or their perception's off. That's good. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. Anyway, let's keep going. So she mentions here again, like she did in the video, celebrate your inner child's fantasies. Inner child. We're going to come back to that. Inner child, remember that. This looks fun as hell. Now, there is one problem with this, just one. I am conflicted because look at the accommodation, you know? But there is one problem with this. And what it is, there might be more actually, but what it is that it costs $6,500 minimum. Hi, delete. And that's to have a shared room and a shared bath. Jesus Christ, indeed. So, yeah. Quite an expensive sleepover. It's 1 week. Are refunds available? No. Are there payment plans? No. Yes, no. It's 1 week. It's 5 days. And she says that the reason why it's, value for money is because you get one-on-one coaching opportunities with Mia Magic herself, which allegedly has a $10,000 value. Now, I'm not sure where she's pulling that figure out of her ass because, well, there you go. I know where she's pulling it out of her ass. But to charge an expert fee for a session, like an hour session, over 5 days, and maybe let's say she has 3-4 hour sessions, it doesn't come to $10,000. I'm pretty sure. I think you can charge something like $200-300 an hour for an expert fee. So I'm not sure. And it says one-on-one coaching opportunities, so it's not a given that you'll get them. If it were a $10,000 value, she'd charge that much. Yeah, out of the goodness of her heart, she's making it only $6,000 for this retreat. But then again, I say look at the accommodations, but the thing is it's a shared room and shared bathroom. I don't know any hotel that has a shared room and shared bathroom. you know, your local Premier Inn, which I was about to shorten to Prem because that's how scuffy it is. Your local Premier Inn, you can get like a room for 80 quid a night and it has a private bathroom. I might be exaggerating that, but something like that, right? The hotel looks good though. It really does. It really does, but that does confuse me. But anyway, so that's this. That's that. Now, something else that is funny about this.
R0She87 says, "Hope everyone has a great day. I've just arrived at the Yolf course and I'm really hoping the screaming topic won't be relevant."
The Yolf course? Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I just want to give you some more context about Mia Magic and the stuff that she believes in, because I find it quite interesting. This is her website. This is dragons. She believes in dragons.
Why are people so afraid of dragons and have villainized them so much over the last few thousand years? Well, as a matter of fact, dragons represent the true mystical power that humans also possess. The church turned dragons into demons and made us evil so that people would also fear their own powers.
Did the church
fuck
up dragons for us?
The original creators of this planet. We are the guardians and keepers of treasure, and we are here to protect
the
and guide you.
ventriloquism is on point.
If you remember, the dragons
it's like he's
are
in the
meant to
room
be
with us.
slayed, S-L-E-I-G-H, like ridden rather than slain. You too will become a powerful, magical creator.
She believes in dragons and that they were the original creators of the earth. We did a stream on this already, but she's one of them. That dinosaur has super credibility. Dinosaur? That is so disrespectful. Dinosaur. How dare you? Dinosaur. I can't even deal with you right now, but here's her TikTok. Now, she does a lot of things. She believes a lot of things. What does this mean? I feel like I shouldn't click on this, but I'm so drawn in. I'm locked in right now. No, let's not click on this. What's this? It has a lot of views.
As a witch, I love Jesus and am a follower of Christ.
She likes Jesus. There you go.
Heaven is within me. Yes.
That was a question
before. Let your light shine before all people. Will do. Treat others as you would like to be treated. Absolutely. Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and
don't let yourself get baited.
You're
right, Nelson.
These are all axioms of pre-Christian witchcraft and wisdom traditions that Jesus maintained. I'm a huge fan of Jesus. My only qualm is with the people who speak on his behalf, who pillaged and plundered this planet in his name, desecrating indigenous wisdom and traditions with global colonization, and really not
colonization is bad.
What he taught.
Yes.
As a witch, you don't have to choose. You can love Jesus and be a witch. As a witch, I love Jesus. And
that was insightful. Yeah, that was insightful. I feel like saying something, but I'll refrain. But you wouldn't have put that comment in unless you're hoping that someone will ask you. I'm not going to ask you because you scare me. But if someone asks you, you may answer because I'm also curious. Why don't drink alcohol?
I truly believe that alcohol is a spiritual portal towards demonic spirits. They call alcohol...
Wait, I'm sorry, hold up. What? Who is this guy? Alcohol is a demonic portal. I think he's doing it wrong. Dude, if you're absolutely drowning yourself in the gin, right? If you're absolutely drowning yourself in the gin to the point that you don't remember your night, but people tell you that you assaulted someone, got in a fight, did all these embarrassing things, right? Then you're doing it wrong. Doing it wrong. He sounds drunk. He's drunk right now. I want to drink some demonic spirits. Is that what it is? Like you drink the alcohol and then the alcohol itself is the portal. So you're drinking portal juice and then the portal is inside of you the whole time, and then the demons climb into like your stomach or something, and that's why you're sick the next day. Is that why you recognize him? Oh my god, if we know who he is, maybe someone says. Let me zoom out so we can see these comments. People are talking about how alcohol is bad for them. That's super valid, but it makes it seem like they're agreeing. No, they might be agreeing with her, to be fair. I don't know what she's gonna say. Oh, everyone's like 3 months sober. Good job. Good for them. That's nice. This person's shrimping, but they can carry on. I get it. I do. It dissolves boundaries energetically. Okay, so that's how the demons get inside of you. You drink the alcohol like permeates your skin and dissolves your flesh. And then the demons get inside and become your flesh. And that's why you don't die, because the demons heal you, because they have to have the body. Like in Supernatural, right? You have to have the body still working so they can do their job. They can, you know. And that's why when you're drunk, you sexually harass people, because it's not you, it's the demon. I don't know if that would stand up in court, but I'm glad that, yeah, they need a living host, exactly. But I'm glad that we've encountered that. Oh my god, no cap whatsoever. I'm dead serious. I'm a scientist. Is this witch talk? I think it is. I think it is witch talk. I didn't grape them. The gin did. I like that you spell gin like that. Double meanings. So clever. Hi, Magmuso. Thanks for the follow. Wait, witch talk? There's a place near London called Ware. W-A-R-E. It's called Ware. And we drove through Ware a lot. The Famalam. We drove. I haven't said that word in a while. It doesn't work for me. Oh my. Anyway, the Famalama Ding Dong. We drove through Ware a lot. Exactly, Maximus. And every single time we were in Ware, my dad would say, "Where are we?" And it would go for a long time. Where we are? Where are we? Where? Yeah, where? Every single time. But drove through where though? Stop! Ah! If you tell the court about the demons, you won't go to jail. You get to go to the mental hospital indefinitely. Well, that's what Ouija, The Devil Made Me Do It, is about, the film, the horror film. There was a genuine dude, I don't remember when, probably the 80s. Everything kicked off in the 80s. Anyway, there was a genuine dude who went to court being like, literally, I was possessed by the demons. And it was his official defense. He represented himself. Always a bad idea. Anyway. And he did not win, I don't think, but it did set a precedent that never worked. But anyway, where you were there, because it's your first time chat and I want to encourage you, I'm gonna give you one of these, but I need you to know that you did not deserve it. I just need you to, but I want to encourage your participation, because I think that should be rewarded, like in the American school system. But at the same time, we also need to award good jobs. So I'm just laying that down. Pro tip, if a cop offers you a lawyer, take it. You will need it. And Dion would know. Trust Dion on these things. And all things ever. You get a participation award. I want you to know your jokes suck. Puts a gold star on your head. That's exactly what I did. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Whosoever you, wheresoever you are, where be with you. Anyway, let's see what she replies to this. So this dude is like, alcohol dissolves your boundaries. Or that's what she said. Alcohol is a portal that makes the demons come. Let's see what happens next.
Alcohol spirits for a reason. The word alcohol comes from the Arabic term al-kul, which means body-eating spirit. When somebody gets blackout drunk, they don't remember anything. Their whole body is taken over.
I think the most interesting part of this...
Yeah, I agree. Stop getting blackout drunk. But there's a lot of room before then. Do you know what I mean? Having a wine with the dinner is not going to invite the demons in. Being blackout drunk is also not going to invite the demons in. But it's not necessarily a good thing. Don't tell us what to do. You're right, home. You're so right. I feel like there's an easy fix to getting blackout drunk. Yeah, just like don't. Now, for alcoholics, that might be pretty difficult. There's lots of people that have problems, including other symptoms of depression and anxiety that might mean that it's a control mechanism and it's not their fault whatsoever. People need help in different single ways. But also, just have you tried not doing that is my actual... I'm not allowed to give anyone advice. I'm not qualified, but my advice would be, unless you have another reason, my advice would be, don't do that. But anyway, what does she say?
taken over.
I think the most interesting part of this to me is that I met 2 brain doctors, physical,
Brain
neurosurgeon
doctors!
brain, and then psychology function of the brain.
Psychologists aren't doctors.
There's no accident that alcohol is the only substance that's legal. It's because it makes people stupider and it does take them over and make them do horrible things.
It's a government conspiracy. I knew it.
Their spiritual activation and awakening. And
I argue that alcohol is legal because it was the only thing that people drank. I mean, I can only speak for England, but the only thing that people drank for many hundreds of years because people thought water killed you, right? Water was bad for you because water was full of nasties. So it was like the only thing that people drank for a long time. And to ban it now is really weird because it's kind of intrinsic to the culture. There are more pubs than there are churches. Now, I'm not religious or spiritual in any single way, but churches are foundational to the creation of the country, right? They have been here forever. And there's more pubs than those. Old pubs, too. Pubs have been here forever. It was the church, the pub, and the farm. And that was it for a really long time. So that, I argue that that's the reason why alcohol's not banned. Because that would be a little weird. Alcohol is worse than a lot of drugs that are illegal. In terms of the effect on you, the long-term effect, the addiction, and the health risks. But I don't think it's because it's a government conspiracy because they're trying to squash your spiritual activation. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. If only the government tried to ban alcohol. Yeah, it would be a fucking riot. It would be a riot. People would lose their minds. Especially the British and the Australians. People would lose their minds if they tried to ban alcohol. America did it. It didn't work. Yeah, in history, prohibition has gone down like a rock. You know, trying to swallow gravel is what prohibition went down like. There's an argument that agriculture developed not to grow food, but to make beer. Well, I would believe that if that were true. Because it was the only thing you could drink for so long. It was ale. I'm basing this on The Last Kingdom. I am basing this on The Last Kingdom, but by the way, just so do fact check me. That's where this is coming from. But they drank ale and they ate bread and that was it. And you kind of, you know, it's just different kinds of, is it wheat? Hops? Yeast? I don't know. But still. Anyway. Hi, Pack Tequila. How are you doing? Millions have died of alcohol poisoning, but no one has died smoking a lot of weed. Hey, man. Not political, but whatever. Yeah, you can overdose on broccoli before you overdose on magic mushrooms, but magic mushrooms will fuck you up. Stay safe out there. We don't condone crime. Let's keep going.
It's not an accident that that's the drug that's legal, and yet LSD and DMT and mushrooms and all of these other beautiful healing plants that can totally change your life and activate your superpowers and your superhuman and supernatural gifts and abilities.
I don't know.
Let anyone have them. It's like, well, maybe there's a reason that, you know, the sports teams and the Super Bowls and all of this are sponsored by the alcohol companies, and cigarettes too. They're like, oh, why don't we just poison them? This will keep them subordinate and stupid and enslaved. That's the main reason that I don't drink alcohol, because I'm certainly not available for body-eating demons, and it really does damage every single organ in your body. Your skin, your hair, your liver, your intestines, everything. So really, what's the point? There's a lot better ways to get high on life, that's for sure.
Do you know what? I kind of love her. And I think a lot of what she's saying, go off Queen. I don't think that LSD is better than alcohol. Whoa, controversial opinion. That's just me. I think there's a lot of reasons why psychedelics might be worse or whatever, bad as well sometimes. I also think that it makes a lot of sense that she believes in dragons and she thinks it's a government conspiracy trying to squash people's spiritual activation, and she believes that alcohol is a body-eating demon. It could be because too much LSD, but that's okay. At least, you know, we're getting that information as to why she believes what she believes, so that's cool. We're learning. Hi, Deep. Welcome in. Imagine those crazy demons just full of drugs. The LSD keeps the demons at bay. If you take the LSD, for anyone who's had bad trips before, I've heard And I've researched that it doesn't keep the bad demons at bay. Actually, it brings them in quite a lot. So that could be what happens. Sometimes it triggers people to have hallucinations later, especially if you have a mood disorder or you've had symptoms of psychosis before. It can make those symptoms worse. Not always, but it can make those symptoms worse. It's a big risk factor, psychedelics, because you've experienced something that can now come back in the form of flashbacks and things like that, or it can change your brain depending on how much you do it. I have a tapestry that has an elk under stars making up the center of the Milky Way galaxy, very close to psychedelic. What if you lick it or something? But we kill magic, so no one gets in who shouldn't. The elk protects you from the magic. And if you lick it, then the elk is in your room with you. That's what I'm hearing, Zylu. Love it. Love that for you. Carry on. And yeah. What does LSD do? It makes you see things. Mostly colors and breathing stuff and walls and patterns and whatever. It makes your eyes go Lulu. Crazy Lulu is what it does. I don't think that it's better for you than alcohol, but listen, it's not a competition. You can endanger your health in many ways. So this one, she's naked. Am I allowed to play that? I don't think I'm allowed to play that. Oh my gosh. This one got a lot of views too. One more. We're character building.
Being a witch is not all about casting spells, wearing the right color, doing specific rituals.
That color does look good on her though.
It's about how you live your life every day, how you relate to Mother Earth, the choices you make to take care of your body and hers, the way you speak to yourself and others. You can cast all the spells you want, but they'll never work if you're not doing the deeper subconscious reprogramming work and living in right relationship with the great Mother Goddess.
She's not wrong there, actually.
And then you'll miss out on the real magic all around you right before your eyes. Embracing your inner witch is all about following whatever wisdom traditions inspire you and finding the magic inside. Being a witch is not all about casting spells.
It's pretty poggers, to be fair. Now, I don't believe that this is real, but she mentioned something called subconscious reprogramming. Not necessarily what it's called, not necessarily what it is, but reprogramming in a big way is a lot of letting things go. So her scream therapy and a lot of her workshops and stuff, they are dedicated towards dealing with people's suppressed, not repressed, there's a difference, suppressed emotions and all the anger that they have in them and all of the negative stuff that's happened, dealing with the emotional experiences of trauma and stuff like that. That's a lot of what she does. And reprogramming is a big part of that. And it can be as simple as reframing something that's happened. So something bad happens to you. And she actually said this at the beginning of the Primal Scream video. She said, all of this has happened to you. Think about all of these things that have happened to you, but we're still here. That is, I think, what's it called? Cognitive reappraisal is the official term. Cognitive reappraisal. That's what that is. It's reframing something bad into something good. Usually that's a defense mechanism, but it's a mature one. Defense mechanisms are split into mature and immature. Immature ones are bad for you and can make things worse or just won't help at all. Like projection, something like that. But mature ones can actually be helpful. Not by themselves, but they can be helpful with also figuring out what the problem is and dealing with it, and therapy maybe and stuff like that. There are some good defense mechanisms out there. There really are things that can actually help you. And reframing a bad event, cognitive reappraisal, is one of those things. And that's what she's talking about. And if you have spiritual beliefs that help you, and especially she's advocating for whatever helps you specifically, whatever you like, then there's nothing wrong with that either. So I actually I like this video. This is what I'm saying. I don't dislike her. She does charge over $6,000 for her spiritual 5-day retreat, which grift vibes, but you know, whatever. Can you use the mushrooms to reframe traumas? That's ongoing research, I think. I don't know anything about that. I think it really depends on who you are, what's going on in your brain, what specific things are wrong. For some people it makes it worse, for some people it does nothing, for some people it can help. But I would have no idea where to start. I think it's ongoing research. Is she just a life coach? Yes, I think that's fair to say. She's a life coach, she's a witch, she teaches people how to find the magic inside, and stuff like that. Now, this is another reason why I don't necessarily dislike her, unless she is a grifter. She's on the Griff Lulu. But she did this interview, and I kind of think this slapped. This isn't really relevant, but I just kind of want to show you.
Primetime knows that without women, society falls apart. Mia Magic.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stereotyping and generalizing in this video. Just ignore it. Just cut it out, man. You know that it's weird and doesn't make any sense, but you just power through it. You'll be fine. So this guy, a little bit of context. It's Fox News. And also this guy is going in hot, and watch the titles underneath it. The title is, "Why Are Women So Angry?" So I think he's coming in hot, and she handles it in the most amazing way.
Primetime knows that without women, society
Why are women so
falls apart.
mad these days?
Mia Magic joins us now. All right, Mia, why are these women that are participating in these rituals so angry?
It's not just women. A lot of people are angry, they're depressed, they're sad, they're afraid, they're uncertain. And women in particular come to my retreats and experiences to help themselves heal. I read your book over the weekend, and I really agree with so many of the things that you said about self-sabotage and self-esteem, and the common denominator being the father. And you're a great dad, but a lot of women didn't grow up with men who care about them. They grew up with men who abuse them. They've maybe never had an opportunity to stand up for themselves. And so this gives them a really safe space to individually and collectively release some of the anger that they've perhaps been burdened by for their entire life.
Well, I never thought I'd say this, but I like you, witch.
Ignoring the generalization and stuff, genius. This is what I do too. This is what I try. Everyone calls it manipulative. It's not manipulative. It's genius is what that is. If someone's coming in hot at you, you compliment them. You kill them with kindness. Genuinely. And then their whole perspective changes on it. And that's exactly what she did. He came in hot. Why are women so mad at him specifically? Why are you mad, bro? Women are so mad at me all the time. Just me. But yeah, he was coming in hot. And she was like, "Oh, I read your book and I really like it. I really agree with you. And you're such a good dad. But, you know, remember that other people aren't as cool as you." And his whole thing, his facial expression, his body language, it all changed. I like you, witch.
And not just because you've read my book.
But it is.
But because you're giving these women an outlet, and I think that's fine.
And the retreat it's a week-long experience. The Rage Ritual is 1 hour in the whole week. You spoke to Caitlin, the mommy blogger in Missouri. You told her, when you feel rageful, let it out, directed appropriately. And where
she's using his own words against him. That's what she's doing. You literally said that you should let it out. That's what I'm doing. How can you dislike it? Caught in a trap. There's no way out.
Primetime giving these women, I think.
Retreat it's a week-long experience. When you feel rageful, let it out, directed appropriately. And where really is the option for women to do that? There isn't an appropriate direction. And so I want to offer something like that. I want to allow people the support to work towards happiness.
What can men do to help women?
Okay, I'm going to pause at that because that's a stupid question. But yeah, genius. Ignoring the generalization and stereotypes, genius. Absolutely genius. That's what it is. Punching pillows is not enough. Punching pillows is not a good idea necessarily. Listen, whoa, hey, I'm not qualified to give advice. Everyone is different. Let me show you some TikToks. TikTok time. It's TikTok time for you all. This one kind of made me sad. It made me actually legit sad. So prepare your sages in chat. You need a capital S to do the emote properly. Do your sages. Steve, rage through projectile pooping. What even is a life coach? So there are different levels of... Guys, I haven't played the clip yet. I said prepare your sages. Don't fire them off. Well, you can do whatever you want. I'm not your mum. Anyway, but there are different levels of therapist, I guess. You've got psychiatrists, which can diagnose and give medication, but they don't often do much more than that. They can do if they want. Psychologists, which are usually in research, but those are the people who are like fully qualified to actually give you advice and help you and know what's wrong. They are what you should be going to or aiming for. Then you've got therapists and counselors. They can be qualified, but they don't have to be. They usually just do therapist training, but they are well trained and they have a lot of experience usually. So counselors less so than therapists, but they can be fine as well. And then you have life coaches. Life coaches are not qualified. I mean, they can be separately. Life coaches are not qualified. They're less qualified than me. a lot of the time, most of the time, they're less qualified than me, and I would never give you advice. Or maybe I would, but I would always follow up with, I'm not qualified, please don't take that. So scammers, they are a lot of the time, sometimes they're scammers, but a lot of the time they are genuinely trying to help. And also life coaches can be good depending on the way they do it. So sometimes life coaches are just listening, and they're just offering a listening ear, and they'll encourage you to get other help, or they'll encourage you to just communicate your feelings. But being a life coach implies that they are going to coach you. And they should, in general, they should not be doing that. Some counselors shouldn't be doing that. Some therapists shouldn't be doing that. But anyway, there it is. At this point, I trust Perry more than my psychologist. Please don't. please, thank you, but please don't. What if my life coach told me to sub to Perry Cariol? Then that's the exception. They're qualified and based. I coach you to stop drinking because the demons will come through the portals. It's a flesh-eating virus. Exactly. So there you go. Okay, now prepare your Sages. This TikTok kind of made me sad. Because it's one way that, like the primal scream, it's one way to let your emotions out. And it feels pretty vulnerable. And then I remembered that he's recording it and posted it on TikTok. So I felt less sad. But I still felt sad. So prepare your little assholes. Let's go. I'm gonna lower the volume. Healing is rarely a pretty process. He punched the pillow. Many of us never got to process our rage and anger growing up. Primal scream therapy is a great way to access and release that rage. And he thinks it's hilarious. I thought it was really sad. It's important to regulate in intervals and let your body know it's safe. Allow your body to also shake and tremor out any leftover survival energy. Okay, so this is entering the pseudoscience section. Pillows deserve better. Oh, I bet this is going to be hilarious, but it's so not relevant, but I'm so tempted to click, but it's so not relevant, but I love this guy. I love this guy so much, but it's not relevant. I shouldn't click on it. I shouldn't click on it because it's, anyway, there's,
Look at the sun. The doctors are lying to you. They want to keep all of its beauty to themselves. Look at the sun.
I just realized what he said.
Take off the glasses, let its beauty overwhelm. Oh no, it's burning my retinas. I can see Jesus, and he's really fucking mad.
I don't follow him. Ridiculous.
He looks like Tom Selleck, and he lives in my eyes.
That was pretty good, yeah. I'm glad we clicked it. That was pretty good. Anyway, back to the guy who's screaming and punching pillows. I don't think he's doing that right, but I'll tell you why a little bit later. Let me show you some more. I guess this. I don't remember what any of these are. Primal Therapy PST. Okay, listen. Just because you shorten it does not make it more scientific, okay? You can't call Primal Scream Therapy PST and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go do some PST, and then everyone thinks, oh wow, doctor approved scientific evidence, right? You can't say... Doesn't matter. Created by the psychologist Arthur Janov in the 1960s, 70s actually, but yes. Can we have some ahs in chat? That guy's really going for it. He got some anger. Let it out, bad boy. Oh, he's grabbing his penis. Let it out. There we go. So it's not just for women. Everyone can scream and do some stuff. So there we go. This is... I don't know why I included this. This is... We're
gonna primal scream. Let's go. Come on.
We're all gonna do it.
We're all gonna do it.
Anna Kendrick. What's her name? Anne Hathaway.
Oh, get up. Here we go.
Doing it as well
You're trolling the show.
in an interview.
excited to scream with you. Is it okay that I took control of the
I
show?
love that you took control of my show. Yes. Are you guys ready to primal scream?
Yeah!
What's the tip? What's the tips?
There is no trick. Just let it out, guys. Okay,
Really?
ready?
Primal scream.
I'm gonna lower the volume in anticipation. That's a fun thing to do on a show. I enjoy that. A lot of people are uncomfortable, and you can see. This is how she never ages. This is the trick. Love it. Group screams at Cloud. Indeed. They are half-assing it. I know, I'm absolutely rageful about them half-assing it. It's gonna make me scream. Now say your vagina candle. She doesn't do that. How dare you besmirch Anne Hathaway in this way? Missy, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's so nice. She's just going Super Saiyan. Yeah. Do you know what? My whole interpretation of primal scream therapy, PST if you will, has changed because Anne Hathaway did it. I'm now fully on board. I'm now convinced. That sub was like from a week ago. Oh, but you just got the notification? Malka, thanks for the follow. You just click the post in chat. I hate that that's a thing because I always feel guilty about clicking the button. Please click the button. Please click the button. I would love to know and say thank you if you're comfortable with that. But I always feel when I'm in other people's chats and it says your sub has entered the 4th month, click it if you want to share. I always feel like, oh, but that's not real. So please don't do that. Please click the button. 1970s, the primal therapy by Arthur Janov developed it first. So maybe it was the 60s then because, you know, you would have had to write the book. So yeah, 1970 book by that dude. And that's where it came from. Exactly. The 70s were a wild time. Everyone was like freaking out about Satan and primal scream therapy, counterculture, capitalism, etc. Primal scream therapy was all the rage. Or I guess it wasn't, but you know. Enjoy, mister. Thank you for coming by so long. See you soon. The rise of woman in the 1970s. Yes, women didn't exist before 1968. Women did not exist before that time. That's why the Greeks had their Olympic naked orgies, because it was the only option. Let's not joke, they loved it, and that's fine. That's completely fine. Are there non-primal screams? Yeah, I don't really know what the primal part even means. I think it's something to do with Jungian psychology, probably, where you're letting go your id, and it's all on the ego. You're letting go your decision making, I guess, and regulating your moods, and you're just finding the core essence of you. Now that's philosophy, that's not psychology, but GG. That's why men were so butthurt back in the day. I was born in 1968, but I had to make do with springing back and forth from a rock on a mountaintop. Gonna be honest with you, Aaron, I'm not really sure what you mean. kind of scares me there. See, this is my favorite video now, and I think I should have played this first, right at the beginning of the stream, because it summarizes primal scream therapy quite well.
Love my job! I love it!
Yeah, there you go. That's,
we're gonna primal scream.
That's what it is. That's what it done do. Cool. I wonder if a flopper could do that. Shut up, Missy. Every goddamn day. You know you have 3 timeouts in the last year and they've all been flopper related. You know that, Missy, right? You understand? Swear to God. Was alluding to the Chinese myth. Wait, I have? Yes. I was alluding to the Chinese myth about the origin of some of their gods. In particular, monkeys. I'm sorry I didn't get that reference. It seems super general and accessible to the public. Actually, I'm sorry I didn't get that reference. It sounded very poignant and intelligent of you. So, as I said, it's not just ladies who can do the primal scream thing. There's something called the Conscious Man Brotherhood. Now, it's exactly the same. It's 100% exactly the same, and I'm going to show you why. It's exactly 100% the same. But the thing is, I found the witch one more emotional and poignant and convincing. There's something about this guy. I don't want to call him cringe. Maybe he's not cringe and the video is. I don't want to say that. because that's not very nice. And we don't bully people on the internet. You know, he's trying his best. But there is something about this video, and I'll see what you think. It's coming in hot.
I've done a lot of stuff in my lifetime that I'm not proud of.
He's killed a man.
I've hurt a lot of people, and I've been hurt by a lot of people.
Sag.
And some of the hurt that has happened to me, I've done to other people. And so I'm about to do a primal scream, not just for myself,
yeah,
but for the people I hurt, and for the people I've never met that they hurt.
Yeah, do it. Oh. He's doing it at us, which is a different vibe, and I kind of like it. Straight out of man cave, so this says his t-shirt. Ooh. So angry. Everyone's been so angry.
What's up, y'all? I'm Preston Smiles.
Hi, Preston.
Co-founder of Conscious Man Brotherhood, founder of Man Cave. And I couldn't be more excited to introduce to you Unleash the Beast. A two-day dojo training workout. Workshop.
Dojo Mojo Casa House.
Designed to have you get to the other side of everything that is holding you back from being the greatest version of yourself. You see, if you want something you've never had...
So you see how this is exactly the same thing as the previous one, right? As the witch thing. It's different. It's like the opposites of branding, but it's exactly the same thing. Her thing was fairy tale princesses. Let's dress up in dresses and stuff. And his thing is welcome to the Man Cave, Mojo Dojo Casa House. It's the Barbie movie. It's the same thing.
You got to do something you've never done. And most of us have been sitting on the sidelines talking about getting ready to get ready, overthinking, overanalyzing, overplanning.
Put a word in the chat if you've done any of those very normal things.
Is in the game. We have a bunch of guys who are
bunch of dudes, just guys being dudes,
acting like 4 cylinders.
Cause
we got a bunch of guys who are afraid to rev the engine and see what's under there. Most of us grew up in such a way where we've squelched and held ourselves down in such a way that we become addicted to porn and alcohol.
Demon gateways, remember? Flesh-eating virus that opens the portals to demons. Very bad, very bad. Swelched.
And the internet and all these other things, and it's time for us, all of us together, iron sharpens iron, to come together and unleash
Diamonds
the beast.
Are better.
To be bigger than your fears. To move in such a way that it calls people into your space. And so I'm excited to be introducing a 2-day training, a 2-day workshop,
a 2-day journey
called
I've watched this video a lot.
Beast, where myself and other coaches and facilitators and men from all over the world come into the same space to look under the hood and see what's really there. To look under the hood and allow ourselves to take off our masks and go where we don't usually go.
Don't take off your mask during COVID.
For you to step in the room and see what shows up.
I like his
bracelets. This is an invitation for you to be bigger than all.
I'm going to be honest, all of the Primal Scream people, all of them, they absolutely are so fashion. It's ridiculous. The bracelet, okay, I don't love his shirt, but the neckline is great. Really fits his faceage. The bracelets are phenomenal. And she was as well. Yeah, there's something about Primal Screaming. If you can say nothing else, based on these 2 samples, a sample size of 2, and it's just correlation, based on that, Primal Scream therapy causes better fashion.
All of the stories and fears and the things that have been holding you back for most of your life.
That's a child. Oh, inner child, I get it.
A conscious man is so much more than money,
as opposed to those unconscious men.
A conscious man is an integrated man. A
sleep.
Conscious man is a man who knows how to wield his power.
He's knocked out by the conscious man.
And becomes a weapon for that which is calling him forward. And so this is our invitation for you to step in and step up.
Yeah.
Click the link below if you know that it's time.
Oh, the echo as well. Reverb. Oh, buddy. Oh, I was like so with him until the ooh. Ooh, ooh. Angelic vocals. Yeah, he didn't quite. I think it was supposed to be a wolf. He needs to work on it, but you know, we're all growing is what it is. So he does a lot of stuff like that, how to love yourself, how to think less and live more, etc., etc., etc. This one's one of my favorites. Raise your vibration. Just be super hot all the time.
What's up, y'all?
Is it supposed to be a wolf or is it just like his tone? You know, is it like the McDonald's theme tune? I'm not sure.
Preston Smiles here from the beautiful beaches of Maui. It is slightly raining. I'm out here by
Damn, I want to go to
myself
Maui.
in these gorgeous conditions.
It's a seal?
And today's
It's his battle
transmission,
cry.
is 7 ways to raise your vibration immediately.
Make me
Now,
warmer.
At this very moment, it is starting to
I would like to
rain
vibrate
pretty
more.
Damn hard. So I'm gonna walk back towards the trees. Yes. Way number
Aw, that's
one.
sweet. He's so happy because his vibration is high. It's a good treatment for
Feel
hysteria, I've heard.
Life, right? We are still nature. There's a part of all of us that is still seeking to tap back in, get into the trees. Wherever you are, there is a little bit of nature. Even if it's just going to a park and
His
putting
wife
your
is
feet
pretty
in the
hot,
grass,
says Amir. She
closing
got
your
high
eyes and
vibration.
letting the sun beam on your
How do you
face.
know?
Getting into nature
Hi,
immediately
Ben.
lifts your vibration.
He's
There
on
are
a beach. He's in
scientific
Maui.
studies
You can't be sad on the
that
beach.
show that people who spend more time in nature, people who have dogs and end up in dog parks,
Dogs are
live
good.
longer and are happier.
Get a
Way
dog.
number 2 to raising your vibration is drink more water. Guys, we are
Hydration is key.
70% water, but so
Always
many of
know
us,
where your hydration station is. I think you get it. I think we can leave it there. Always know where your hydration station is. My hydration station is filled with mango water drop. We're not sponsored, but you know, it is. Anyway. Water drop. Now he also has this video. He doesn't just talk about raising your vibration, being a conscious man in the brotherhood, and like do primal scream therapy. He also manifests money because money also has a vibration. I'm not sure where he says that bit, but it's somewhere. Ooh, bit lackluster there.
Blessings.
That wasn't my favorite.
souls.
Ooh, ooh.
My name is Preston Smiles, and I help people get free.
It was a
from
sad
the inside
ooh, ooh.
out, regardless of their external circumstances. And today's transmission
What is he holding?
is
Genuinely, what is that? I really don't know.
say these words to call in
Money.
money or push it away.
No money, no problems.
So,
you
check this
know what I'm saying?
I am here in my second garage, which we've converted into
Second garage. Okay. What the fuck? Because he's manifested so much money. That's what it is.
podcast and all that stuff.
So you
It
can
is a
trust him.
3,000 square foot garage.
All right,
And,
Braggy.
I just got back from doing a workout. I took out one of 4 epic cars that we have, and I'm showing you this and telling you this so you just understand that I'm not some random ass dude teaching you about money. I actually live everything that I'm speaking about right now. And there are...
So I do think that Witchy McWishison from the last Primal Scream is on the grift. This guy's definitely on the grift, and when you're on the grift, bragging about how much money you have is just evidence that you're on the grift. But people will see it as we see this all the time with like mega church priests and stuff too, who are preaching about the art of abundance and manifestation and the financial prospect or whatever it's called. I can never remember what that's called at all. But anyway, proof that you have, or bragging about how much money and you have a 3,200 square foot garage, prosperity gospel, thank you. Or that you have a private jet as a priest and it's because you've manifested money or gotten it back from God after tithing, is just evidence that you're on the grift. But people assume that it's because of all those spiritual things. But you're anyway, go off, King.
There's a magic phrase.
I have a house in Spain.
That many of you don't.
You also went to a private school. What's your point?
I'm teach
Hi,
you
Bian.
to say to start making money welcome. See, it's not our job to make it happen. It's our job to make it welcome. It's our job to get out
I
of the
do
way to
welcome
say
money.
Money,
I
abundance.
do.
Things, right? Because these things, they're awesome, but they're not my God. I will use things. And
He's spitting facts
praise
right now,
God.
actually. He is spitting facts. I don't believe in God, but he's spitting facts.
My belief is that the universe,
Things
God,
are
Buddha,
cool.
Krishna, source, divine intelligence, whatever it is for you.
That's
My
nice. That's
belief is
inclusive.
That thing is only one power, not two, not three, not four. And to the degree that we plug into that one power, you can plug in an iPhone, or you can plug in a light, or you can plug in a city to the one power.
I don't think you can plug
How
in
we
a city, can
activate
you?
it
What kind of
when it
plug is
comes to
that?
money, if we
Materialism.
stop
Tis indeed.
saying,
Hi, Zed.
Watch this. You need to cleanse yourself of these words. We stop saying, I'm
Ow.
spending money. Spending money is a bad word in my view. Because we're not spending anything. Guess what? These are the magic words. This is the one you've been
I
waiting
am
for.
spending money.
We are circulating money. Just like we're circulating energy.
What, like for the economy? You heard him, guys. You heard him. You should go buy things. You should buy not an iPhone. You should go buy a curved monitor or whatever. You go buy a PlayStation because you're circulating money. It's good for the economy. This is your excuse. Think of the economy, guys. Come on, you have to buy that gorgeous dress and then like 3 other pieces of clothing and then like everything else because it's good for the economy. I had to. It's good for the economy. Okay, God, stop. Anyway, think of the shareholders, the poor shareholders. The purpose of my life, my God, even my God, my whole foundation for my spirituality is increasing value for the shareholders. When you got to think about them. Poor little babies, just trying to make the world go round. That's what they mean when they say sharing is caring, or we should help each other, or we should show gratitude. It's increasing value of the company for the shareholders. That's why I work 25 hours a day. I come in from gardening and Pericarial is shilling for the system. Yeah, Shawnee, get on board. Ooh, ooh.
All day, every day. This shirt.
All day, every day.
Which my mom and my oldest son bought this for me from Goodwill. This shirt.
Your mom and your
belonged
son?
To someone else at some point. This is a 1965 Corvette. It belonged to someone else at some point.
Oh, he's a
This
charity shop
house,
boy.
4 acres. 3 different structures. Soon to be 4.
And I leveled the indigenous people that lived there before me because I'm circulating the land. It's reusing what was already there. You know?
Was built in 2005. They didn't know they were building it for me too.
Is that a new house to him?
I prepared myself, my somatic body, my energy body.
He built a new house for himself, but the bill doesn't know it's for him. But he built a brand new house for himself in 2005 on what was previously land. 2005 is pretty new. 2005 is brand spanking new, but it is America and you guys are confused about it. But 2005 is brand spanking. Okay? Literally spanking is what it is. Okay? What's he holding? I have no idea, Bush. I've been thinking about this for so long. Is that an elephant? I genuinely have no clue. 2005 is almost 20 years ago. That's what I said. Brand spanking for a house. Are you joking? My house is from 1986. My house is from the 1950s, and they told me it was new. This is considered new. Kleis, where's your house? What house was your house built? Because your house is stupidly old, isn't it? Did I forget about that? My university was built in the 13th century, 1205 or something. It was built in 1205. My uni. And some uni accommodation that I lived in was built in 1205. Okay. 2005. Upcycling what was previously land, building a house for me. And also he knows that. He knows that. Look at how he floundered. Everyone.
At some point. This is a 1965.
This house.
4 acres. 3 different structures. Soon to be 4. Was built in 2005.
He's about to flounder. Melka, thanks for the follow.
They didn't know they were building it for me too. I prepared myself, my somatic body, my energy body.
Energy body.
I began to play with and circulate money, just like I circulate love and compliments and energy.
I think I misunderstood him. I don't think the house was originally for him. I think he bought it. But like a family lived there for a hot second, like a single minute, and then he moved in. So like how many people can live in a house in 20 years? Not that many. So I think he floundered. He floundered. Did he flounder? I'm not sure. I'm losing faith in this argument. Either way, let him cook.
And what does circulate mean? It means that it must return to the point of origin. Let's go. When we spend, it just goes. When we circulate, it goes and comes like a boomerang.
Oh, okay. That's why you should give him money.
This
I get
is
it.
landing for you right now in the comments.
He's
say yes, P. Let's go.
Full mast right now. He's absolutely full mast at the idea of you spending money on him, expecting it back. It's the prosperity gospel. Don't let him scam you.
Hear me. Money, like everything else on the planet, vibrates, right? There's a tree.
That's true, actually.
We cut that tree down, and then we turn it into paper. And then we put dye on the paper, and then that dye becomes this thing that we give value to called money. When it was in the tree form, valuable.
It is true that everything vibrates, but I mean like atomically. But I don't think that's what he means. So, anyway.
When it was in the paper form, valuable. When it's in the money form, valuable. All of it wants to circulate. It's all energy. We repel it when we block ourselves.
I don't think I repel money.
Lack
I would like
limitation
money.
And scarcity thoughts. Hear me.
Nope, don't give me, not from you.
If you're watching this on an iPhone, if you're watching this on a Samsung, if you're watching this on an iMac or some type of computer, hear me loud and clear. You are a 1%er. Your job is just to tap in, to tune in, to make yourself available for more abundance to flow through. We don't place value judgments. This is no more important than this. They bought this shirt for probably $2.
I would argue the shirt is more important because they won't let you into a lot of restaurants without one. The only thing I repel is dates. Step 1, make money. Literally, step 1, be given money. I don't get it. He's manifesting money by asking people to spend money on him so they can get manifest money. I'm gonna throw coins at you, Paracarl, and if it bounces off, then you're repelling money. Do it. There's coins downstairs. I'm ready. It might take a while.
Will Dream says, circulate money.
Thank you, Will. Oh my god, that's so many bits. Thank you. No, that's abuse, I think. Maybe the coin is abuse. We have, okay, hold on. I have a 20. I don't know what currency this is. I have a 20 from the Banco Central de la República Argentina. I do not know why. It's pesos. That's cool. I don't know why or where this came from. I've never been to anywhere in South America, but I have this. Do you want to throw this at me? Feels bad. It's already kind of messed up. I give it to you. You throw it at me, and then if it doesn't make it, if you don't throw it hard enough, then I'm repelling money. Or maybe you're repelling money. Or if you don't throw it hard enough, then you're attracting money because it's coming back to you like a boomerang, as he said. Cleedums then, I don't know how much this is worth, to be fair. Yeah, I give this to you. You can come in a bit, because, oh, maybe not. Let me. Ah, what the fuck did you just throw at me? Oh, no way. Wait, we have cash? Since when? What is this? It's a £10 note, and it's plastic. GG. Listen, not to brag. Not to brag, but look at all my money. A tenner, woo! Dinner's on me. I didn't know we had cash. It's pretty pog. And it's like, no, man, how crisp. Ooh, not to brag, but I now have £10 and 20 pesos. So, Perry can quit Twitch and live life to the full. Hey, I think Twitch is me living life to the full. because I don't have to have a real job, which is, but with my £10 no, I don't have to have any job ever again. You know what I'm saying? Woo! Do you print bills? I mean, I don't know where this has come from. So, but I'm very pleased about the situation. Very pleased. Oh, my grandmother gave this to me. Well, my, for all intents and purposes, grandmother gave this to me. For my birthday. But now it's sentimental, so I'll never spend it. Well, it's cash, so I'll never spend it. But I love it. I love it so much. I'm gonna frame it as that one time that I had £10. Hey, remember that one time that you had £10? What a fond memory. I'm not joking. Anyway, cost of living crisis. Anyway, let's keep. You're not gonna circulate it. I should circulate it so it comes back around like a boomerang. I should give my £10 to Preston Smiles. That's what I should do. You're not circulating the energy. I'm not increasing my vibration if I don't spend money on Preston Smiles.
Thing, 100,000.
Shut up.
My G-Wagon, 200,000.
You think that's bragging? My net worth, £10. That's bragging, bitch. Can't compete with this. I also have a dance pad. And so, you know, don't mess with me.
This house, millions. But I don't
this
take
cash,
value judgment.
plastic.
I treat this beautiful shirt. I'm a steward of it. It has circulated
Be a
into my
steward of the
life.
shirt.
Stop right now and say this aloud. I am a money magnet.
I am a money magnet.
That has come my way. I circulated into my life, and I will circulate more.
Yeah.
Ah!
I mean, I
Say
did.
it
I don't
right
know
now.
where
Feel
this
it
came
right
from.
now.
What's he
You
holding?
are
I
a
have no
money
idea what he's
magnet.
holding. It's really bothering me.
Everything that has come into your
I've been
life,
thinking about that
you
for 6 minutes.
You called it in. You made yourself available for it, and now you are calling in something more, something new. You're calling in bigger, different, whatever it is.
I like big butts in a can, not that.
'Cause right
no
here,
other brother
right
can do
now,
that. It's his
you get to
wizard stuff. It's
declare,
something like
claim,
that, yeah.
and
Forbidden shovel.
that there
Maybe.
is a mandate
No, I'm not
in
going to
your
say that.
heart. There is something here for you to do, be, and have.
See, this is a total of 365 views, but it does have a chat replay. Oh. Yeah, I kind of thought that would be the case. Wait, he... He has 90,000 subscribers, but his video 3 days ago got 365 views. All right, Preston, are you manifesting abundance? So 3 years ago, he had 5,000 views, so he wasn't much bigger 3 years ago. Because sometimes people get big on YouTube and they stop for a while and then they have to build it up again. Let's go for oldest videos. So no, that isn't what happened. Well, 14,000 isn't bad. 23,000, 83,000, that's not bad. But I don't think he ever popped off. You know? So. But still. 9 years ago, god damn. Okay. I can't really say definitively that he didn't then, but still.
Who is...
To be fair, actually some of those have a lot. Yeah, I think my best video is just over 100. Yeah, and I've only got one of those and I have about 20,000. So, not to brag. So, I mean, actually, yeah, maybe valid. If you had like 8 of them that were over the 40k mark, then maybe you could build that up over time. I'm wrong. Allow him. Jared, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. I heard of him about 7 years ago. Oh, for real? He's been going for a while then. I'm sure he's sponsored by someone because I could imagine someone rich giving him money to appear as if his talks are legit and work. Yeah, I mean, his primal scream therapy is the same thing as the witch's primal scream therapy. He's just I think he's a bit more of a quirky dude. I think he has less presence. Why do couples break up after a baby and what is the solution? Do they break up after a baby? Is that a thing? You know, it's a really easy... Okay, this is another top tip from Pericarial. All right. If someone approaches you and asks you a question, the first thing you got to do is ask if that question is real. Because that's how they bamboozle you sometimes. They'll just come up to you with a microphone on the street and be like, how come all women suck? And then you have to be like, and then you might panic because it's like, oh God, why? That's a stupid example, but you know what I'm saying. Eyes, thank you for the bits!
Eyesart says, I could see the Elgato wireless mic that was attached to that stick. I was thinking it was just a broken shovel with the mic attached to the top to make it look fancy.
Ah, it was his wizard stuff microphone. It does have function. Exactly. Exactly. That's what it is. Yeah, exactly. Because they don't. See, I don't remember what TikTok clip this was, but it was something like, oh yeah, it was something like, why do women want good jobs equally? Why do they want equality when it comes to being CEOs, but they don't want equality when it comes to being builders or like minimum wage jobs or whatever, tough jobs? And this was at a party, so everyone was drunk and couldn't really hear him, and they were taken off guard. Thank you for the stuff, I appreciate that. And so she kind of floundered and was like, ugh. But the first thing you have to do, don't let it bamboozle you, because the first thing you have to do is ask if that's true. They will come at you as if it's 100% fact and ask you, how come? But most of the time, it's not true. That's not true. That was what the clip was, and that wasn't even true. And that's the first thing you have to say. Don't let them bamboozle you. Dodie, thank you for the bits. It works. You're attracting money. I am. Thank you. Thank you. Exactly. And so that was something I learned the other day. And it helped me deal with interview questions a lot. Or Twitch chat questions sometimes. Sometimes I commit myself to answering a question because I don't read the whole question before I start reading it out. And then once I've started reading out, I kind of need to read the whole thing. And then once I've read it out, I kind of need to answer it. Otherwise it looks weird. So sometimes I absolutely trap myself. But I know how to deal with it now because a lot of the questions are not real. And so if you just start with that, GG. It's a false hypothesis, sir. And then he doesn't know what the word hypothesis means because they never do. And then GG as well. Just use big words as well. Listen, bamboozling people by using big words is incredibly annoying. If you're doing it on purpose. Some people do it accidentally. But if you're doing it on purpose, it's manipulative. It's annoying. Stop trying to get control of your relationships and stop being a little dick bitch, you know. But if you did want to make them feel like a little dick bitch, then that's how you can do it. See, the thing is, it's all about intention. If you did want to do that, then that's how you would do it. But also stop doing that. There it is. Wake up before meeting. Find a word in dictionary. And look cool. Then hit it right at the start. Synergy. What was the word you guys said before? Phallophobia? Well, I think so. It's due to the socioeconomic crisis that we're currently experiencing, especially in Rwanda. There's a phallophobia that's kind of coming around and circulating at the moment, and it's all to do with the economic presence of the Presbyterian Society, but also the Plebeian Society that was established in the Roman Empire. Nothing that I said there makes any sense, but if you speak quick enough and you use big words, little bitch boy idiots with microphones on the street will go, And that's all we want to do. What is the difference between suppression and repression? Hey, fantastic question. Thank you so much. Are we there yet? Yeah. No. But actually we're a bit far off, so I can do it now, and then when I repeat it later, it won't sound like a repeat because... Good, we can do it now. Repression and suppression... Sorry, I'm trying to maintain the flow of the... I'm trying to maintain the structure because I've been struggling with structure. So I'm trying to, like, keep everything, you know? So that's why I'm like, I know the answer, but I'm not going to answer your question, bitch. But I will. Okay, repression. Repression is Freudian. Repression is Freudian. Freud was a philosopher and he pretended that he wasn't. Well, for the time he was a psychologist, but he pretended that he wasn't, and he started treating people, and 100% no cap, he probably made everyone worse. He was a weird dude. He thought that vaginas were the bleeding wounds where a penis should be. And everyone wanted to fuck their parents or something. Anyway. But the point is, a lot of his theories were completely wrong, but that's okay. We're learning. And one of those theories was repression. So repression is basically the idea that bad things that have happened to you, you've completely forgotten. You've repressed it, completely forgotten. And you can access that through hypnosis or something. Right? Suppression, very, very similar, except it's not completely forgotten. You can't dig up something that you never thought happened before, except in really extreme circumstances. Whereas Freud was kind of saying everyone, you know, except in really extreme circumstances. And it's more to do with trying to avoid bad emotions. So suppression is like you actively trying to forget about you being sad because you have work to do that day. Yeah, I had an argument with my husband, but I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna put that out of my mind. Come on, let's play some music. That's suppression. So we do, I think all of us do that every single day. But Freudian repression is, I was in a satanic cult and I witnessed a murder when I was 3 years old. And I've totally forgotten that, except this hypnotist told me that I did. Different. Tips for stream setups. Oh, you don't, hi Nix, you don't necessarily need anything too fancy. I started on a laptop and an Elgato camera. If you don't also need a camera if you want to. I think the best investment, you only need a computer that will do everything you need to do. So if you're doing just chatting streams, you don't need a very good one. You can do it on a phone even. But whatever, you need a computer that can run what you want to do, and streaming can be quite intensive if you're doing it with gaming and stuff, but whatever. Figure out what you need and then you can get that one. The thing that I would invest the most in is a microphone. Sound is everything. But if you're just starting, you don't need anything particularly good. There's lots of USB mics that aren't very expensive and sound great. So research is fantastic. You don't need to get this one, for example. But yeah. Well, this one wasn't very expensive. Some microphones are thousands of pounds, but good audio is 100% the most important thing. Lighting you can get really good without any fancy lights at all. It's just about angles. Do some research on that. There's YouTube videos. And yeah, that's what I would go for first. And then gradually you can start adding things. Like second monitors, pretty useful. That's why I added the first. And then something like a Stream Deck or a Go XLR, they're really, really useful, but they're not important. Better computers if you want to start doing better things or bigger things. And then camera, but you don't need an amazing camera, but a good enough one. Anyway, sorry, that's what I would say. There are enough angry old white men on the web already, so you're not going to start streaming, Elron. But there's no one like you. You would be a different flavor of an angry white man, and you know. You go off. You're fine. You have not missed out on the screaming, Jesus. You have not. We're going to come back around. So he does also at the same time. I showed you a bunch of his manifesting money stuff, but he does primal scream therapy. Now, if we go back just a hot minute to Mia Magic, who also does primal scream therapy and was the main lady of the stream, she, very interestingly, does the money thing too. Crazy.
I did this one thing to manifest massive abundance in just 24 hours. The first time I tried a candle magic spell, I made $12,000 the very next day.
Keep at it, thanks for the follow.
I intentions into a candle using my fingernail, followed my intuition to choose oil and herbs from my kitchen cupboards to adorn the candle, and then lit it and meditated with it until it went out. That is the most important part of this simple but powerful ritual. Never extinguish the flame or you're extinguishing your dreams. Read the caption for more magical rituals for manifesting abundance.
So she's a scammer. Although she's saying light a candle. She's not asking anyone, in this particular TikTok, she's not asking anyone to give her any money. She's just saying, light a candle, baby, and you can get 12 grand like I did. So she might genuinely believe it. But at the same time, she is also asking people to give her money in different ways. So maybe. Why are people sad when they're rich? Well, it's almost like money isn't the only thing. And sometimes the way that they've made money is through stressful things, so they still are stressed out, because why would that go away? Usually money comes from luck, stepping on other people's toes, or daddy. Hi, second, welcome in. Is there some common scam school which both of them visited? Right? They have so many things in common, you have to wonder. There's one book that they've read, I imagine.
Will Dream says, money doesn't make you happy if you have what you need.
Aww, thank you for the bits. It's true. It's true. It's not just... there's more things to life than money. There are things that money cannot buy, despite what some podcast boys might say. You can't buy being a good person. Except therapy, maybe. You can't buy love. No 19-year-olds that hang out with you in your mansion is not love. Leonardo DiCaprio. Anyway. Oh my god. Okay, side note. Do you know what Leonardo DiCaprio's new 19-year-old girlfriend said? Bella, thank you for the raid! Oh yeah, we don't have notifications. Thank you for the raid! I appreciate that. Thank you. How was your stream? What were you up to? Yes, yeah. What he said, she said, the new 19-year-old girlfriend of Leonardo DiCaprio, is that it was true love and that he would never leave her.
I can't be low.
Paul Fo says, 20-year-olds are too old now. Oh, Leo, you silly goose.
Thank you for the bits, Paul. Yeah, if you don't know about Leonardo DiCaprio's dating history, he basically has had many girlfriends. They've all started around the 20 mark, and then he dumps them all before the age of 25. His aging is linear, their aging is not. So it's become a bit of a thing that people have started to notice. His new girlfriend, he dumped his old girlfriend because she hit 25, and then his new girlfriend's 19. And she says, it's really sad, she says it's true love, and that he would never ever leave her, and he feels differently about her than any other woman before, and that he bought her a yacht, so you know it's true love. Google says his new girlfriend is 25. Oh shit, am I wrong? Have I made this up? To be fair, I did see it on Facebook. So, hey, listen, it's your fault for trusting a random girl on the internet, okay? Guys, let me check. Vittoria Ceretti is the new girlfriend. She is 25 years old. Maybe the 19-year-old was a while ago. Maybe the 19-year-old was a new girlfriend, but not the new girlfriend. Maybe she was a new girlfriend before, in which case it didn't work out for her. Yeah, still on point though. Thank you so much. You can't buy love, but you can buy sex. Yeah. 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 Hi, 9. Welcome in. Sure. Perry, I trusted you because of the cult streams. You shouldn't trust me about celebrity gossip. Not my area. Anyway. That was probably an old girlfriend. I'm not admitting defeat. I'm not going to admit that I was wrong. I think I just got my timeline wrong. So, there we go. It's still sus. Absolutely, Cosmic. Absolutely. It will be a short relationship because she's already 25. She's got less than a year left. Anyway. Yeah, so she does the money thing too. You can manifest money by lighting my candles, etc. I wasn't wrong. I was just incorrect. Exactly. Exactly. So very interesting. They have so much stuff in common. Let us go to Preston Smiles' website, shall we? So this is more about money stuff. It's an 8-week live coaching program to master the flow, frequency, and energy of money, which is very interesting. This message is for you. So he's using a lot of, and she does this too, he was using a lot of the language that makes you want to do this. He's classic scam language, right? Or maybe not scam, but manipulation. Classic scam language is saying things like, hey, have you ever been sad? Then this is perfect. Hey, do you breathe air? Do you drink water? Then this is the course for you. That sort of stuff. Lots of compliments. Saying a lot, but not also not saying anything. And just also going on and on and on and on forever is also a classic scam thing. By the way, I didn't know that this page was doing it. I hadn't looked at this before. So, you know, you can trust that I'm right because that's a prediction or another. In case your faith in me wavered because of the Leo thing. Yeah, so this is basically quite classic scam language. I'm not saying he's a scammer. I'm saying that if he was a scammer, this is what it would be. Now, this is an important thing to point out. As you've seen on a lot of these things, if you've come to any of my Cole scam streams, as you've seen, this isn't one, by the way, but as you've seen on a lot of those things, testimonials are the most important part of all of this. The reason why is because there's no scientific evidence to back up what they're saying. So usually, if they're promoting a therapy or a medicine or something like that, and remember, this is therapy. This is therapy. So it's important that it works, that it's important that it's real, and that it's important that there's not going to be any sort of negative consequence of this thing. If you're actively hurting someone through your therapy, then you have failed as a therapist. You have, yeah, right? But because there's no scientific evidence to back up anything that they're saying, him or the witch lady, they rely purely on testimonials, which is why they absolutely load you up with them. And there was a previous one, to be fair, these ones I think were a cult. There was a Bible group, like a mega church. I forgot what they're called. You might have seen it on the tube. There's adverts on the tube that say 0 stars from Satan, and it's Bible app. And the actual church is called something different. Life Church. It's Life Church. I get their newsletter every week. Anyway, they basically... They've had reviews like this, and we looked up the pictures of these people and the names of these people. They were not real. They were actually fake. It was a random picture of some other random guy. He has like 700 names, so I think he sells his picture or something. But anyway, so much more awareness of myself and everything else around me. It's like a veil has been lifted and completely changed my perception of everything. Also, these are Facebook comments, and we know we can trust those. Facebook lied to me about Leo DiCaprio's new girlfriend, so if that tells you anything. I realized just how much I put others' needs ahead of my own, always giving priority to what's right in front of me. That's nice. That's nice for them. Here's another picture of him. That happens a lot too. They're loading us up with testimonials because it's the only way to do it. Explore his programs. Let's go to his primal screaming programs because it's the screaming stream. Yeah! It's loading. What % of testimonials are legit? I mean, apart from the ones that we found, I don't know about bots and lying or whatever. I would say most are legit. Depends what it is. But I would say the testimonials are real. And testimonials are actually a form of evidence. But not necessarily scientifically. And it doesn't mean that it's real. It's about people's subjective experience of the thing that they've been through, right? And people aren't necessarily completely reliable. We don't have a good grip on what's actually real. So someone could come out of primal scream therapy saying, I feel so much better, this was transformative, and then a week later feel shit again, which is actually usually what happens. I'm not saying primal scream therapy is bad at all, or that it doesn't work. I'm genuinely not saying that. I'm saying that it's not always good. It depends how it's done. It's evidence, not proof. Exactly. It is very hard to prove things full stop, but if you just rely on testimonials. But then again, a problem you have in psychology that's happened all the time is the subjective bias. I don't know exactly what it's called, but basically sometimes when you're analyzing behavior or you're analyzing people's emotions or personality, the only way you can do that is by relying on what they tell you. It's actually true for mental health diagnoses as well, which is a problem. The only way that you can take any sort of evidence or any sort of data from them is by relying on what they say, surveys and stuff. And you can make really good surveys, but you're still going to have that problem. You can observe them for a really long time as a psychiatrist or a psychologist. You're still going to have that problem. So that is an issue. I can't remember the name of it, but exactly. Ken, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Update the sub count. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Some guy could just make it his life's mission to lie on psychology surveys. Well, yeah, but that's not what I mean. Someone's subjective experience of something isn't necessarily the truth. Right? we don't necessarily know what's going on inside of our heads, and we might get confused, and we might think something's more important than it is, and we might believe something that's happening, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's actually what's happening. And yeah, everyone's gonna be wrong. Literally everyone is gonna be wrong at some point on a survey. The skill of self-reflection is a skill you have to learn, just like anything else, and it can be really difficult, and not a lot of people have it very well, and definitely not a lot of people have mastered it. So unless you have 100% perfect self-reflection and you're super educated, but not too educated in all of the stuff that would be on the survey, but you haven't seen the survey before or any of the questions before, then you might give a good survey that's reliable, but it's very difficult. That's why if you're doing surveys to analyze behavior, which is the main way you analyze behavior, you have to do a lot. You need a big sample. Huge. Yes, exactly, Yusuf. It does help a lot. Self-awareness escapes most people. The internet has shown me. Exactly. I mean, all the people we've done all the streams on, right? All the people who believe that alcohol, for example, is a portal for demons. Do you think they'd give a reliable survey? Don't think so. So testimonies, I don't know. I don't know how many of them are bots and fakes, but most of them, especially in video, like people talking on videos, most of them are probably real. But doesn't necessarily mean that's actually what's happening. And a lot of the time, people interview people at the place they are at the same time or just after they've done it. So if you're literally, actually, I have a video for this that proves this point, actually. I might be able to find it here, but I might have to go to August's video. Yeah, I'm going to go to August's video to show you, because this actually proves this point really, really, really well. This one. So this girl, you might know Pink Sauce Lady. She made food that was actually really bad for you because she kind of tried to send dairy internationally and everyone got sick. Anyway, she has a stand now. She's made a comeback and she's made a blue sauce too. And it's got really weird ingredients. It's like super sweet. It's like vanilla and strawberry and stuff. But she says, let's put it on chicken and whatever. And so after people taste it at her stand, random strangers, she asks them to tell her, you know, how it was.
Wild animal, smart woman.
Okay, so first question, do it taste like ranch? It don't, right? It don't.
Her eyes tell you everything you need to know. This woman is not enjoying the pink sauce. Also, what is Chef Pie's obsession with confirming this doesn't taste like ranch? Ranch is pretty damn good. If you're trying to come up with a new tasty sauce, having it taste like ranch is probably not a very bad thing.
Does it taste like any other sauce that you've ever had? No, it do not. But is it good? It is really good. Thank you. Okay, so now this the blue sauce, y'all. And I'm gonna let her open her own sauce. Go back a little bit.
And that face of the other girl.
She say, it's so good.
Chef Pie, I think these people are afraid that you're gonna like turn them into a sauce if they don't comply. Nobody likes this. You can see it in the face of these two. They are uncomfortable.
So my point is, a lot of testimonials happen just after they've done the thing. Which already, even if they really did have a good time and they really enjoyed the pink sauce, it's already in the moment. So you might, when you think about something later, you might think, actually, that was weird. Actually, I've decided I don't like that thing. Whereas in the moment, you might be overcome with, especially primal scream therapy, you might be overcome with the emotions of the experience. And a lot of the time, you're still in the place where you did the thing. And you're also interviewed by the people who run the course. You're interviewed by either the leader or the people who run the course. So no one, as in this video, no one is gonna say, no, I hated it, it sucks. Because most people hate confrontation and we also want to protect people's feelings. So no one's gonna be like, this was terrible, this ruined my life. Also, there's a publishing bias too. You think they're gonna put it in the video? You think he's gonna put it on his website if it was a bad review? You have no idea how many bad reviews there are. No idea whatsoever, because they were not going to be published by the people who make the program, obviously. So, rip. But yeah, to answer your question, I think testimonials are mostly real. Doesn't really matter though. I assume there's a survivorship bias too, because we never see the ones that are honest about hating it. Exactly. Publishing bias, survivorship bias, same thing. Exactly. You mean people would lie on the internet? No way. It get pretty awkward if you give a bad review to someone you're in the forest with or whatever. And even online, because you've met this person, you spent a week with them, they've shared their heart with you. And then even online with your name, you're gonna write a bad review. I actually did that once. They just didn't put me on their website. It was for yogurt. To their face. You were like, I hate this yogurt. Fuck you. You wasted precious minutes of my life. I spit on your face and I spit in the yogurt. Valid. I mean, if you hate the yogurt, you tell them you hate the yogurt. Yeah, GG, carry on. My anxiety can never let me. Right? 100%. Never. Never. I mean, if someone's being a dick to me, to my face, if someone is doing all of the isms and saying horrible things that are objectively terrible and are hurting my feelings, do you know what I do? Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, okay. Cool. Nice to meet you. Bye. Because I just couldn't. I just couldn't. I do excuse myself, though.
Paul Fu says, I spitteth at thee with thine yogurt of foul taste.
Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. I told the Pepsi challenge people I like Coke and picked Coke in the blind taste test. Nice. I mean, you backed it up. It would have been very embarrassing if you picked the Pepsi. Yeah, you backed it up. Good job, Will. A bear would be honest in their review. Roni. Yeah, people vote with their feet. That's what I realized. People vote with their feet. If you're doing a good stream, then people will stay. And your graph will be a certain shape. If you've got a good sauce, people will eat your sauce and buy it. There are other factors too. You know, there's marketing, there's publicity, there's manipulation and stepping on the toes of billionaires. There's money that you already have. There's networking. There's loads of other factors. And some people, they work their asses off and they've made an excellent product and it still doesn't work out. And that's a shame. But in general, people vote with their feet. I'm for girls then and not complaining. Pepsi is for Pepsi's for girls. What does that even mean? Pepsi's for girls. If you drink Pepsi as a man and you don't want to, and you want to be a man, then it will give you a vagina. It's actually very terrifying. It's a terrifying experience. A bleeding wound of where the dick should be, according to Freud. So there it is. Pepsi. Thanks for that, Spunk. Thanks for immortalizing that mistake. 1 in 500 sentences you're supposed to make a mistake like that. For me, it's 1 in fucking 3, including just then. Because I wanted to say the f sound, but for some reason I put my teeth on my tongue. That's what happened. I put my teeth on my tongue to make an F noise, so I stumbled over it. That's what happens all the time. I can't. Red lemon, yellow lemon. Red lorry, yellow lorry. Remember that Bud Light shit earlier this year? No, I don't. What happened? Remind me. What happened then? That sounds interesting. That sounds fun. Anyway, this was my point. But the point is, the actual point was something else that I definitely remember, and I'm not stalling now at all to... Oh, yes. Okay, so this is Preston Smiles. He's a scammer. I mean, he does primal scream therapy, amongst other things, like how to manifest money, because money has vibrational energy that you can summon. And yeah, something that was also a big red flag for scams is if they coach you to become a coach. Now, unless it's literally a course that trains you, from an institution that, unless they're teachers. A course like this that you have to pay loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of money from about something really stupid that's not going to help you with anything. If they coach you to be a coach, it might be a scam. Because either it's an MLM, yeah, or... Well, the point is they have no reason to want you to be successful. They have no reason to want you to be a coach, because if you be a good coach and you learn everything that they learn and you become a coach, then that's competition for them, no? They don't want you to become a coach. They don't want you to make millions. All those podcast boys that are like, make millions every single day with these simple tricks. They don't want you to make millions because it's just harder for them. So, but what they do want you to do is they want you to believe that they can, so that you keep giving them money, attention, and views. In my opinion, that's just me. The Abundance Reset, money. An 8-week group coaching program to master the flow, frequency, and energy of money. A 2 or 3 day experiential workshop that will destroy your wounded ego and blast you into freedom and aliveness. Is that the Primal Scream then? What's the he does the Primal Scream thing, but I'm not sure what it is. Oh, that moves. I enjoy that. Oh, that's fun. The book moves. Breakthrough Limiting Beliefs. Stretch 22 Boot Camp. I mean, it could be a small portion of any of these things, because with the witch lady, it was a small portion of her castle fairy tale retreat. Please stroke my ego. Do it harder. Shall I try to put that? I wouldn't. You can do whatever you like. You can do whatever you like. But yeah, she does the same thing. Money magic. How to summon money. So when I said before that her TikToks, she wasn't asking you to give her any money. She was asking you to light a candle, and that was the spell to summon $12,000. She does also do abundance courses. So you might see that TikTok, find out more about her, and then pay for this. And so, in a roundabout way, it's still the same thing. Whereas he's a bit more direct with it. He's more direct. He's like, hey, I know the secret. Buy my course. So anyway, every page is an elaborate ad. God. It's like, I was going to say Stranger Things, but that's not the right one. Black Mirror. Black Mirror. Yeah, exactly. So let's talk a little bit more then. Let's go back to the original video and talk a little bit more about Primal Scream therapy. I'm going to poll it, see what you think. You guys might know, but I'm going to give you a poll of whether or not you think Primal Scream therapy works, doesn't work, is actively worse. No fences. You must pick. You must pick one. You must get off of the fence and you must pick an option. Don't be lame. And screams in chat. Works to do what? So the purpose of Primal Scream therapy is to uncover suppressed, not repressed, suppressed emotions, make you feel better about stuff, and sort of get all your rage out so you feel better, basically. That's pretty much what it is. Vote in the poll. 1? I don't know. Yeah, this poll was really annoying. There's no right answer. This poll was hella annoying and kind of wrong. So that's on me. Hi, Jay. Welcome in. All of them are correct. Not fucking optioned in, is it? Sorry. I should have an all of the above, but then you'd all vote for that. So lame. I kind of take pleasure in you all being wrong. It makes me feel better about myself. This is how I manipulate you. No, I'm joking. That's not real. The correct answer would be, it depends. Yeah. The correct answer is all of the above. It depends how you do it and whether or not you're scamming people. Hit the dirt with a stick and not your kids. Hey, they do say send aggressive children to boxing lessons. Same thing. Get it out in that way. Don't know if there's evidence for that either, but it is a defense mechanism that's mature. So like I said before, defense mechanisms are split into immature ones and mature ones. Immature ones are ones that will never help and will make it worse. Don't do that. Like projection. Mature ones are ones that can actually be helpful so long as you're also doing the work to figure out what's wrong and problem solve at the same time. So mature ones might be the one I'm particularly thinking of. I forget what it's called, but what it is it's basically turning something bad into something productive. So if you're super sad, painting something, for example. If you're super angry, getting really good at boxing or getting really fit. Exercise can really help anger and stress. Yeah, stuff like that. Turning a bad feeling and creating something positive or doing something positive. So that's a mature one. It's good. It won't be the only thing. It's not the fix, but it's productive. Productive is a really good word. Exactly. What if you're really lazy? Then I guess watch some anime or something. Hey, Big Boom Buster, I have a solution for you. I've started playing a game. I love it so much. Basically, I watch My Hero Academia, but every time Midoriya, the main character, speaks, I do a sit-up. Or something, like a bicep curl, or whatever I want. And and Midoriya speaks a lot. It's made me absolutely hate the character. He does speak a lot. Well, exactly. And so yeah, every single time there's a new line of subtitle, I do a sit-up. So it's simultaneously lazy and weeby in the best way. But you're also getting freaking dench. So GG's. Stranger Forgiven, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Sit-ups is not a good core exercise. What would you recommend? Combat sports are not necessarily about releasing aggression. It's more about controlling it, which is very good, right? Which is very good. That's the kind of point. Hey, I learned something new today. And this is very important now that we're about to talk about anger. Oh, we're about to talk about anger. This is really important. I used to think that some people were more angry than others. And that can be true depending on your brain. But for people who are mentally fine and you've not got any weird brain things going on, I used to think some people were more angry than others. And that's why they behaved angrily or aggressively. But actually, it's more to do with how you control it. Your childhood, your experiences, if you've learned the lesson. So both of these people, Mia Magic, who does Primal Scream Therapy, and Preston Smiles, who also does it for men. He has a masculine one and she has a pretty princess one. So, you know, we're keeping the divide strong. Hell yeah. I don't mean that's sarcasm. That's sarcasm. Let's stop generalizing and stereotyping people. Anyway, yeah, so what the hell was I saying? Neuroscience people. It's more about controlling. But why did that lead to Primal Scream Therapy? Anger? It's just yeah, something to do with, yeah, I used to think people were more angry than others, and some people are depending on brain chemistry, but let's assume you've not got that problem. But it's more to do with your childhood experiences and the way, oh yes, so people who do Primal Scream Therapy, both of these people, they mentioned something really important, and what they both mentioned is inner child. Now, inner child work is a lot of the time very wishy-washy bullshit. It's mixed with spiritual crystal mummies a lot. But there's something called inner child psychology, and it's actually very good. It's not as wishy-washy as it sounds. Basically, we all learn skills when we're babies. When we're little babies, we're developing. Our brains are developing. Our brains are getting bigger, and they're plastic, and they're bendy and such. So as we get older, as little babies, we learn skills. Really basic stuff. So around the age of 6 and 7, for example, you will learn theory of mind, which is the idea that other people have a completely different perspective to you. Like if you put something in a box, then that doesn't mean someone who's just come into the room will know that thing's in the box. And they will assume they do. For example, I watched a film the other day, a thriller, I forget what it's called, but they were playing hide and seek at the beginning of it. And the 4-year-old boy, he was hiding in a really obvious place, but he covered his eyes. That's a good example of not having theory of mind. He assumes he can't see, so that means she can't see either. And a lot of kids do that. They cover their eyes. It's so cute. But yeah, so we all learn skills like that. Understanding other people's perspectives, really basic stuff, knowing how to talk to people, knowing what's nice and what's not nice, how to deal with emotions. That's the important one for this stream. The important one. As we're growing. No one is born with the ability to do these things. Not well, anyway. Really basic skills, but don't take it for granted. Some people miss a couple. Some people miss some skills. And that depends on parenting, experiences. If you have childhood trauma, that can fuck it up a little bit. If you're 12 years old and you smoked a fuck ton of weed as a 12-year-old, that can fuck it up a little bit. But, you know, stuff like that, you can miss out. If you're not very socialized, if you don't go out, if you don't talk to people, if you don't have friends, it can mess stuff up. You don't learn the skills that you're supposed to learn at that age. And because you're supposed to learn it at that age, when you're an adult, everyone already knows how to do that thing. So it's not something you think about, and it's not something you work on. So there can be a problem, and you can struggle to do something super basic, like talk to people or control your anger. And the reason why you don't know what's wrong with you, or you don't know why you can't do that thing and how come it's so easy for everyone else, could be because of a mental illness. 100%. But it also could be because you didn't learn that skill at the time. And it becomes really hard. And that's the point of inner child psychology. It has a stupid name, but that's the point of inner child psychology. It's to go back and figure out what you didn't learn so that you can learn it now. Because it's not too late. That's super basic. Oh, Roni. But it's hard. It's hard for some people. So controlling your anger is something that a lot of kids learned when they were kids. And that's why, not always, but a lot of the time, that's why some people don't get angry. They do. They do get angry. But they can manage it. They can control it. They can reframe things in their mind. They can change their cognitive appraisal is what that's called. They can reframe situations in their mind to make them more able. They can do problem solving to figure out what the actual problem is, and they can do that quickly, and they can learn to speak calmly and communicate well without actually being aggressive in their behavior. They've learned how to do that. They've practiced how to do that. And some people haven't. And that's okay. We can learn it now. We still can. So yeah, very interesting. That's what I found out. That's what I've been researching recently, and it's really interesting. There can be neuroscientific problems, neurological problems, like like a fully developed frontal lobe, as you're saying, Mara. We call it a PFC, the prefrontal cortex. We have to shorten it to PFC because they shorten it to PFC because every single fucking paper when you talk about neuroscience includes the prefrontal cortex every single time. It's the big boy of neuroscience. So the PFC is where a lot of that happens in your brainsies. It basically controls your emotions. So your amygdala, this is super vague and basic, by the way. Your brain is really complicated. Pretty much everything involves a whole sphere of stuff. We do have specific functions for each parts of the brain, but it's way more complicated than we think. It's not like one thing does one thing. That's not true. When you're 7, you can take out half of your brain and the other half will cope and you can be normal. Do you know what like a whole half. So it's not as simple as that. Very broadly speaking, your amygdala does emotions, which is a little almond shape part of the brain. I read a book. It was obsessed with almonds. It was so weird. What shape is the amygdala? Almond. They really wanted you to know that it's almond shape. Anyway, it's a little bit of your brain around here, and that does your emotions, specifically fear and anxiety and stuff like that. Your amygdala absolutely pops off if you have any sort of PTSD and anxiety and stuff like that. Pops off. That's why schizophrenics are really good at patterns, because they're just super paranoid a lot of the time. So, what shape is the PFC? Maybe. I don't really know. Can we get rid of the almond and live a life without fears? I wouldn't recommend it, Ben. I would say give it a go, but I feel like that's horrible advice. I don't know if I'd recommend cutting out parts of your brain. The Earth is almond shape. Is that true? I think you all need to utilize Google a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just a tiny bit. You know? Anyway. Remember the Hannibal Lecter movie? Man, okay, listen to me. You know when I make jokes about how sometimes I'm explaining something and then you guys will just pop in with the most random questions and it's like, remember Toy Story? And I make jokes about that. Like when I see it on comment sections, I'm just like, this is what talking to you guys is like. And some of you are like, I don't know what that means, Perry. This is one of those times. More of a pear shape. What, the planet? An oblate spheroid. Oh, I do know that it's not exactly spherical because it's too big, right? Or something. Is that why? I don't know. I'm not a physicist. We all have ADHD. Anyway, the amygdala, very broadly speaking, does emotions, fear and anxiety. The prefrontal cortex, the job of that part of your brain, that controls it. So it's inhibition. It does a whole bunch of other stuff too, but whatever. It's inhibition. So you get really angry over here, sends a signal to over here being like, I'm really angry. And this part of your brain, it goes, okay, honey, what exactly is making you angry? Why are you angry? All right, calm down. What are we going to do about it? Breathe. You're all good. That's what this part of the brain does. Now, some people don't have a very good this part of the brain. Some people, this part of the brain is undeveloped. Now, that can be a neurological thing, like it just sucks and it's not your fault at all because it just does. Or you've had some sort of brain injury or a stroke or something. For some people, it's because they didn't learn it. So it's really hard to know about brain stuff when it comes to behavior. It's really hard to know which way it goes. I talked in a previous stream about the direction of causation, right? If you say that violent video games make teenagers angrier or more aggressive, first of all, that's not true. But if it was true, then the direction of causation is unknown because it's just a correlation, right? It's just this thing happens and this thing happens. You don't know if that's true because it could also be that aggressive teenagers prefer violent video games, right? You don't know which way around it goes. And it's the same thing with neuroscience stuff. So you don't know if people have a smaller prefrontal cortex and that is causing them to be more aggressive because they can't control their emotions, or they never learned the skill, they never practiced controlling their emotions, so they have a prefrontal cortex. Because your brain grows and changes. It's called neuroplasticity. Your brain grows and changes, and parts of your brain get way bigger if you use them more and way smaller if you don't use them. So it's really hard to know which way around it goes. So it's impossible to say, really. Maybe not for everything. I'm not a neuroscientist. It's not my area, but for a lot of stuff. Yeah, but that's one of the main reasons why people struggle with their aggression. Because this part of their brain not done so good, and they don't learn it when they're a kid. No way. Stop it, disciple. Stop. No way, it's not your area. That's why you're describing it as the almond that causes fear. It is the almond that causes the fear. It's the fear almond. It is. The amygdala. That's what the book said, okay? It's the fear almond. Exactly. Fear all almonds. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah, if you eat almonds, you'll get more anxious. So those of you with anxiety, lay off the almonds. That's not true. Those of you with an undeveloped hippocampus, the part responsible for a lot of memory, vaguely speaking, lay off the blueberries. Actually, eat more blueberries? None of what I'm saying is true, so it really doesn't matter. Otherwise, you'll be nuts. Good job. Please don't anger the fear almond. But that's what it is. Mordial C, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Wait, what does a hippocampus do again? Something to do with memory, kind of. Broadly speaking. Broadly. Will too much testosterone affect the development of the prefrontal cortex? I have no idea. I doubt it. I don't know. Listen, the most aggressive people is when they are 20-something-year-old guys. And a lot of people say that's because of testosterone and that's when your hormones are going. I don't think that's true. One professor told me that in one of my psychology modules. One professor talked about that a lot. And then it came up in a different professor's class. And that professor was like, that's a load of shit. I don't like that course that lady's teaching. Same uni. For him to say that, I was like, damn, he's just popping off, right? he's just going for it. No repercussions for this German dude. He was a very thick accent. It was great. It really added the credibility. I'm not sure why. He genuinely was like, that course is a load of shit. And to be fair, I kind of see what he's saying. Because in the same course that she was teaching where she said testosterone was the cause of aggression, in that same class, she also talked about how there are innately traditional gender roles because of hunter-gatherer societies. And she was kind of teaching that narrative. And we know 100% that that's a load of shit. We know that. Even if it was true then, it's not true anymore. It's bullshit. So the fact that she was teaching that kind of reduces her credibility for the whole testosterone argument. I argue that it's more likely about stereotypes and it's more likely about the way that we've been encouraged in terms of our emotions. And there probably is a gender difference. There's probably differences for lots of different people of lots of different categories, and it's probably way more individual than that. It's really hard to generalize, you know? But if you're taught as a kid, regardless of who you are, if you're taught as a kid that anger's cool, anger's funny, yeah, he hit the wall, haha, beat up that kid, then you're more likely to express your anger in that way, because that's what you learn to do. Or if you had a really angry parent, then you're more likely to do that too. Because you've learned, okay, that's what I'm going to do. A lot of kids learn by watching. That's the main way that people learn. You watch it. Especially kids. But if you've been grown up in a household where you don't talk about your anger. Professor Garlic, please. Sorry, I just miss her. She was such a babe. She was such a babe. Hogwarts Legacy. Only reason to play it. But yeah, if you're in a household where you are taught never to express your anger because that's disrespectful, like, are you saying I'm a bad parent? Have some respect. Be grateful. If you're taught never to express your anger, keep it in. Don't be loud. Shh. Then the way you will learn is by suppressing your emotions. Shh. Turn it off like a light switch. Exactly. It's wrong to be angry, but lying is... I changed the lyrics. It was the Book of Mormon. The original line is, it's wrong to be gay, but lying is worse, so turn it off like a light switch. Anywho, yeah, the point is, yeah, you'll learn to suppress your emotions. And that's also really... 1 in 500. That's also bad for you. The best way to do it is to teach kids how to express their emotions, but not just tell them how to healthily express their emotions. I'm about to teach you how to healthily express your emotions, just in case your parents never told you. Put a 1 in the chat if your parents never taught you this. Not that I'll do a better job. I'm literally not your mum. But new paragraph, new sentence. Put a 1 in the chat if your parents never really taught you how to express your emotions, or they didn't do it well themselves. So you kind of learned by watching, but you learned the wrong thing. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. What are emotions again? Keep that up. You can't feel pain if you feel nothing. But, yeah. So, so a lot of the ways to do it. Wait, what am I saying? The way you should do it with kids. I mean, easier said than done, right? I'm not a parent. It's really hard. I can't imagine. It sounds terrible. Anyway. But the way that you do it is you teach them the way to healthily express your emotions through communication, mainly, and then also do it yourself. You have to do it yourself. I think, based on no experience whatsoever, I think the first thing you should do before you become a parent, before you have a baby, is fix your shit. Go to therapy. Do some inner child psychology. Figure out what's wrong. Go on the medication if need be. Do some exercise, get your lifestyle sorted, healthy food, exercise, read a book, drink water, all of that good stuff. Do all of that and then have a baby.
Polfo says, Ronnie, I never give Perry money. It's okay.
Thank you for the bits. Before you have a kid, tie your tubes. Johnny! I genuinely think that that's the best thing you can do before having a kid, but I don't know. Just don't have children. Using a condom is cheaper than therapy. That's the solution. Yeah, at least look normal. So the storks... Sorry, you said storches, and I just love that. So the storks entrust a baby to you. Blob, did no one ever give you the talk? I'm not going to do it, but Blob... Chat, don't you love when your Wi-Fi has been down for 3 days and when you try hotspot with your phone it barely connects and is hella slow? Yeah, same. Oh, Kent, I'm so sorry. Welcome in. How are you doing? Just don't, lol. Sorry, don't. Thanks for coming in. How are you doing? Yeah. One guy was like, alcohol is the reason why people are angry and it's a portal to the devil because it lets the demons in, and when you get blackout drunk it's really unhealthy. And again, same advice, sorted. Don't do that. Don't get blackout drunk. Just don't do that. Anyway, so yeah, that's the main reason why some people, assuming that there's not other neurological problems or mental illness going on and everyone's on the same equal playing field, assuming that the reason why some people appear angrier than others isn't necessarily because they are angrier, they just haven't learnt the skill of controlling it. So, what is the skill of controlling it? What does it mean? You're supposed to tell me at this point. Put your guesses in. Can you give an example of sharing your emotions through communication? The first one is communication. Let's go. Yes, exactly. So the things to do: tasers and pepper spray. Pepper spray. Pepper spray. The first thing, there are a couple things that make the communication good and healthy. 1, be calm. 2, be specific. 3, be clear. 4, use I statements. Very good, actually, genuinely. Sounds annoying, but genuinely really good. And 5, be assertive, not aggressive, assertive. Be assertive if you need to, right? Clarity, concise. Oh yeah, conciseness too. That would be pretty good. But calm, I think calm and not accusatory is the best one, right? Scream at them. No. No. So for example, someone used your toothbrush and says they'll keep doing it. Your response might not be anger. But let's say, just a random example that I've plucked from my head that definitely isn't something that I've been through with living with a fucking weirdo. You know, definitely not something that I've experienced. But that's just the first thing that randomly popped into my head. Let's say someone used your toothbrush and they will say they'll do it again. The answer is arson, maybe in that solution. One way of, let's say your response is aggression or anger. It might not be. Mine would be confusion, I think. Mine was confusion. Anyway, let's say your response is anger. One way of doing it is to be like, how could you do this? You fucking weirdo. Oh, I guess that's what I just said. Yikes. You weirdo. How could you do this? What is wrong with you? Yelling. Right? The way you should do it is arson. No, I'm joking. The way you should do it is saying, hey, that actually, and I'm being serious. Assertive. I'm being serious. That actually made me feel really vulnerable. That made me really feel quite upset that you use my toothbrush, and I would really appreciate if you don't do that. And yeah, please no. Saying it calmly. That's a difference. One is a healthy communication, a healthy expression of your communication. The other is aggressive. Why is it so bad to be aggressive? There are other things too that we'll go through, but why is it so bad to be aggressive? Why is that a problem? There is reasons. Reasons. I don't like that you use my toothbrush and you never clean up in the bathroom, and your mother is a whore and you're never gonna amount to anything, just like your father said. That is an example of a bad thing to say. Exactly. This is typical you. That's a bad way of arguing. 100p. Why is being aggressive bad? It makes your almond get bigger. Actually, Johnny, yeah. Well, I don't know if that specifically. It does affect your almond, your fear almond, your amygdala. Yes. I hate that you're right. I hate that. I hate the way you phrased it. It does change your brain. It does. A little bit. More safely to say for me. More safely than it does change your brain, because I'm not qualified to assert that. But let's... more of a safe answer from me is that it reinforces behavior. I was just being silly, actually, lol. No, you nailed it. Yeah, what silly goose you are, accidentally falling in the right answer. But yeah, no, it reinforces behavior. Because if you yell when you're angry, then you will literally associate anger with yelling. It's the same reason you shouldn't scream on a roller coaster. You can scream yay and woo on a roller coaster, but you shouldn't scream ah, because you're now associating the roller coaster with fear screams, and it makes it a less pleasurable experience. But if you go woo, it's better. You literally will associate the sound of you being aggressive hitting things, hitting the wall, hitting a pillow with the feeling of anger, which will make you more likely to do it. It will normalize it for you. It will make it less of a deal so it doesn't shock you as much, and you're way more likely to do it in the future. So by reacting to that, you're just increasing your likelihood of doing that. And in some situations, that's really bad because 1, don't beat your wife. 2, polyfill is quite expensive these days if you're hitting walls all the time. Like, my God. But 4, if you're in 3, if you're in an office and your boss, Tig, says something you don't like, you can't scream at him. You can't do that. You'll get fired. You'll fail to have friends. You'll embarrass yourself in public. You know, there are real consequences of being aggressive in public. And if you, well, you can, technically you can. Yeah, you can do that if you want. But I don't know if you should. I don't know if it would be better. But that's up to you, man. That's personal opinion. Playfully tickle the boss. Thank you for voting in the poll. Yeah, so there's real reasons why you shouldn't respond aggressively to stuff. And if you keep responding aggressively to stuff, you're more likely to respond aggressively to stuff in situations when you can't respond aggressively to stuff. Also scary. Yelling at people in an argument doesn't work. It genuinely doesn't work. Everyone will feel like shit and then you won't actually come up with a solution. We did a whole stream on what bad arguments were and you get it. Yeah. So yes. Now, how else can you healthily communicate your anger? I'm just going to tell you. Problem solving. M4, thank you for the follow. Problem solving is basically figuring out what actually is wrong. Because if you're angry is a weird emotion. If you're angry, you're probably actually upset about something. You know? It's probably actually upset and sad about something. And then if you can figure out what that thing is, and then you figure out how to fix that thing, not only will you fix that thing and you won't be sad anymore, and you will also remove the helplessness aspect of it. Because a lot of the time, there's theories as to why anger occurs. One of those theories is that things are obstacles to you. So everyone has a goal in what they want to do. Like, I would like to use my toothbrush without feeling afraid or disgusted. So there's a goal of something that you want to do, and you can't do it because there's an obstacle in your way, and that's really frustrating. Right? Is that so? That's one of the theories. Yeah, so there's a lot of different theories as to where anger comes from. And a big part of that is helplessness. It's really unsettling. It's not very nice. And it can make you feel upset, but also angry if you feel helpless and vulnerable. And sometimes, especially with people with anger issues, sometimes something you do to not feel helpless anymore is to overcompensate and be rah! You know? So if you can figure out what the problem is and how to fix it, it doesn't make you feel helpless because you fixed it. You found a solution. But yeah, the best thing is to just figure out what's actually wrong. Let's say I'm angry about... Just not angry that often, man. It's hard to come up with examples. Give me examples. When were you last angry? That's also just a bit fun. Hi, Cookie. Welcome in. In theory, it makes sense. Yeah, all of this stuff is theory. There's lots of different theories about it as well. So don't take this as fact, you know? When was the last time you guys were angry? If you would like to share. League of Legends. Okay, that's actually a good example. Now, I'm assuming why you were angry. But have you noticed, gamers amongst you, have you noticed that when you're most angry at games is when things are not your fault? So if you've got a high ping, or if your internet cuts out, or if your mouse doesn't move in the right way, or if you're certain that you clicked on his head at the right time but it didn't work, or if your vision gets blocked, or if someone else obstructs you, or if your keyboard doesn't work, or something like that, right? That's when you get most angry at the game. And not necessarily if you're doing badly, but usually, yeah, you come up with excuses like that as to why you're doing badly.
Soulsborne games.
What was that, TGS? I've never heard that before. Thank you for the bits. Hi, Ra. Screaming at my connection is an important skill I developed for video games. Does it help? Scream at it for encouragement. Does it work? Yeah, and that's obstacle theory, right? Kind of, it feeds into obstacle theory that you want to accomplish a goal and something else, like your mouse, isn't letting you. And it's angry. That's a good example. Okay, what else other than League? When were you, other than League of Legends, when was the last time you were angry? I got angry. Hi, Shannon. I got angry when I missed a car in a roundabout, nearly hit him. And you think that's because you were afraid. Yeah. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I'm probably a little helpless. You felt a bit helpless too because you didn't mean to do that. You didn't see it coming. You thought you were in control. And then, oh, what a shock. You're not actually in control. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that's upsetting. So a lot of the time it's because you feel helpless, you feel out of control, you feel vulnerable, and that makes you sad. But a lot of people express sadness as anger. I was also angry when my flight to Vienna was cancelled. I couldn't get through customer support, had to go back to the airport to cancel the return flight twice because they fucked up the first time. And when everything was cancelled and Sarah was sad I wasn't coming, I found out there was a flight I could have gone on, but they didn't tell me. Then I was legit fuming. Well, there you go. You were sad because you couldn't see Sarah. And you were obstacled by other people's action. And you're probably quite stressed out already about the plane stuff. That makes a lot of sense. So if you can cut through the anger, I'm not qualified to give you advice, fact check me, this is theory. But if you can cut through the anger and figure out what the problem is, then you're going to feel way better. It'll be way easier to be calm. So if I was super angry about let's say I'm tired and I just want to go to bed and then there's a fuck off Australian vibe spider in the kitchen, that would make me angry. That would piss me off because now I have to deal with a fuck off Australian spider. I have to get the vacuum out. If it's too big, I can't, guys. But I have to deal. The point is, I have to deal with the spider, and I just wanted to go to bed. And so I might get really angry. But I'm not actually angry, or I am angry. But the reason for being angry is because tired, obstacle, and also really the fear of it. And also it's a really unpleasant thing I'm going to have to do now. I don't want to do the unpleasant thing. Hi, Clouds. If it's too big, you can still beat it to death with the vacuum cleaner. Damn, Cloud, say what you mean. Say what you mean. All negative emotions come from fear. That's interesting. I enjoy that theory. Tell me more. All negative emotions.
Paulfo says, Justin, it is hard to read every message.
Thank you for the bits, Paul. Sadness is not necessarily. I was thinking sadness, but I guess why are you sad? Because you're afraid of losing something, but not always. I don't think all it can't be all negative emotions. I'm just trying to come up with examples as to why. If you're literally lost. Yeah, if you're lost. Oh, you mean if you... Yeah, absolutely. I see what you mean. The stream is great before we watch Inside Out 2. Oh my god, when's it coming out? I'm so excited for Inside Out 2. Inside Out 1 is a really, really good film for development psychology and memory. Genuinely, it's a great introduction. They've done a lot of research. It's really cool. I love it. June 13th. Ah, that's so soon. That'll be over DreamHack, no? Or like the week of DreamHack? Hog. Where's the feels map? That's not true. I'm scared of that buzzing blue bottle, but it sure annoys the shit out of me. I'm not scared of the buzzing blue bottle. Is that a bug? That's a bug, but it annoys you. Oh, true. That's true, actually. If there was a fly buzzing around the room, I wouldn't be scared of it, but it's pissing me off. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's fear a lot of the time. If you don't like something, then you fear them. Yeah, let's say you don't like your bolognese all thick and crunchy. It doesn't mean that you're afraid of the bolognese. Very good idea. Okay. Now, what can you do? Exercise and stress. To exercise and relaxation like they do after this, which is pretty good because it literally calms down all the physiological reasons for anger, and maybe seeing professional help, calming down, try and problem solve, deep breathing. There is a theory by someone, oh yeah, endorphins too, absolutely. There is a theory that someone came up with. I'm not sure who. I don't think it's validated by evidence, but it's a theory that sounds pretty good. But there's a theory about certain levels of anger, and so they've come up with a framework where it's like yellow, orange, red or something. And what it's supposed to be, take it if you like it. I like it, but it's not evidenced. But what it's supposed to be is it's just monitoring how angry you are and then reacting according to that, which could be a good idea. It could be useful as a tool. But if you're yellow, then it means you're pissed off, but you're okay. You feel it, but you're fine. You're able to calm down. If you're orange, then you're really pissed off and it might be difficult for you to calm down, but you can still deal with it in the moment if you really tried. And then red is you can't calm down. Red is you're seeing red and you're buzzing and and you will not be able to control yourself. And so the way you're supposed to deal with that is obviously, keeping calm, but then when you're red, it's to leave is the advice, according to this one person, is to leave and get out of the situation, go somewhere else, do something else, and then come back to it. Which makes sense. Yeah, you're gonna fuck someone up if you're, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Take it if you like it as a tool, but it's not evidenced, but yeah. Exactly. Please don't eat the yellow snow. Thank you. Always good advice. Always good advice. Absolutely. So, this is the most important question of the entire stream, right? Does this work? That was the point. That's what the title is about. Hi, Red. I'm a level 16 golem. That's not for me. I'm sorry. But yeah. So the question is, does scream therapy work? You guys polled it. You guys said it doesn't work. But it was a rigged poll. There was no right answer in that poll. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Where does primal scream therapy come from? It was a book and a theory written by a psychologist called someone. I don't know, someone. And it came out in 1970, as I said before. And basically, primal scream therapy is originally... Let me find my notes so I actually say the right thing. Primal scream therapy was originally for mood dysregulation specifically. So yeah, controlling your moods, right? Basically, mood dysregulation means you struggle to control your moods. You can't regulate it, is basically what it means. And it's founded in Freudian psychology, so the idea of neuroses. So being all over the shop in terms of your emotions. And the idea is that when you're a baby, when you're a kid, you get all neurotic because something happens to you or you're taught poorly or whatever. And then that, as you get older, gradually gets more and more and more intense unless you do something cathartic. It's Freudian psychology, so it's philosophy, so it's all... But that was the idea. But... Oh, and so to do that, you're supposed to go back to the infant stage, according to Freud. You're supposed to go back to the infant stage to kind of relive when the bad thing happened so that you can get it out. Like a little demon, or a little homunculus that's living inside you going, or whatever. This doesn't have any founding really in science, but it's Freud, so it never does. But GG, yeah. Also, it was kind of wrapped up in the politics of the time. It's like anti-capitalism, countercultures. That's why people love primal scream therapy back in the day, because it was like, fuck the government, which was pretty cool. But yeah, what it is now, it's not quite like this anymore. Well, maybe it is. She believes in dragons, so who knows. But what it's about now is it's about releasing suppressed emotions, not repressed, suppressed, which is basically where we're trying to put things out of our mind. It's stopping putting things out of your mind. It links to mindfulness, where you're supposed to just aware what you're thinking. You're supposed to be aware of what you're thinking and feeling and letting it pass, which has been proven to really work for a lot of things or really help. So it's based on that. It's about just kind of not ignoring your problems, not ignoring what's going on, becoming a bit more self-aware about what you think is going on, and then screaming it out of you, being allowed to express it. It heavily relies on follow-up care, what happens afterwards. Pierce, thank you so much for the follow. The reason why, and there's also, by the way, no scientific evidence to back it up at all. As primal scream therapy, there's no evidence to back it up. Even slightly. But whatever. The reason why it really depends on what you do afterwards, and when I first watched this video about women screaming in the forest, the reason why, the first thing I did when I watched through it was to figure out what she was going to do after the fact. And the reason why is for all the reasons I told you already. By doing aggressive behavior, like screaming, and they're beating the ground with sticks, by doing that thing, you are reinforcing the correlate or the connection between the feeling of anger and the action of anger, which is going to make it worse and less over time, in the long term, could, not for everyone, but could make it actually more difficult to regulate your emotions. Like, genuinely. It can feel good in the moment, short term, but it can make it harder later. And she's asking them in the moment to really feel their emotions by remembering all the bad stuff that's happened to them. So you're literally digging up all this awful stuff in one session, which can be, not for everyone, but can be really overwhelming in the time and can make things worse. And it can be hard to shake off afterwards. So it's not amazing as it is. But if you do a bunch of aftercare stuff, if you do a bunch of relaxation techniques, a lot of talking about it, problem solving, stuff like that, self-reflection, figuring out what you were thinking about, and then really thinking about how you can fix that, then it can be great. Then it can be awesome and really helpful for people. But it's very difficult to do that. It by itself, not a good idea. And again, no scientific evidence that it actually does work. And it can be actively harmful if not done right. Screaming mentally shakes the mind, allowing suppressed emotions to be more noticed and then rationally dealt with. Not sure what you mean. I hope I never come across it randomly when I'm out walking, right? It would be quite alarming. Yeah, it would be quite alarming. That's true. Do tell. Give me a fucking stick. Let me beat the ground. EMDR. Oh, that's eye movement therapy, right? Has you remembering emotional situations from the past and then reconsidering what you could have or should have felt. But they don't say to replace the fear with anger, though. Yeah, exactly. EMDR has scientific backing. It's really weird. It doesn't feel like it should. When I first discovered this, it really felt like it shouldn't help. Oh god, Prince Harry had it. Did that work out for him? What's the video I saw? Because it kind of deals with repressed emotions again, and that's always a bit sussy-wussy for me. It can be suppressed as well, so I guess whatever. But it doesn't feel like it should be real.
Something horrible and have developed psychological symptoms such as flashbacks, fears, sadness, or sleep problems.
Fears.
You may well be helped by EMDR, a proven and effective therapy. Suppose you have been confronted with a violent crime, an accident, you have been bitten by a dog, or you have had to deal with sexual abuse or violence at home. Such a powerful experience is stored into your
I'm gonna be honest, for that last one, I was really scared about what the image would be.
brain with a lot of emotions. Once such a memory is stored in your long-term memory, it can bother you for quite a long time. The disturbing memory keeps coming back unintentionally, for example with feelings of powerlessness or believing you are not worthy.
Interesting thing, in Inside Out, they show this too. In Inside Out, there's a scene where they're wandering around the long-term storage. It's like shelves and shelves and shelves of these balls that contain memory. And they're wandering around the long-term storage, and these little workers, they come and they're throwing out ones that aren't important anymore. So you're like absolutely banishing memories that you don't need to have, or you forget, like that's proper forgetting. But they also grab some random memories and they're like, let's just randomly throw this up to headquarters, whatever. And so they threw a toothpaste commercial, and so randomly the girl whose brain you're inside started singing the toothpaste commercial. Fresh, and then she doesn't know why it popped in her head, and that's basically this. That's basically what's happening. Anyway.
Worthwhile. EMDR therapy can help you get rid of these complaints and feelings. At first, an EMDR therapist will ask you to activate the memory of this disturbing experience from your long-term memory. The memory is now stored in your short-term memory, also called the working memory.
RAM.
Then the EMDR therapist will ask you to focus on this horrible event. From there, the therapist will move his fingers in front of your eyes rapidly back and forth and ask you to track his fingers as best and as fast as you can. By keeping a traumatic memory in your mind and tracking the fingers of the therapist at the same time,
the therapist fingers you
to process a lot of information
and then you
at
feel
the same
better.
Time. As it is so much information, the image becomes blurred and loses its emotional charge. When the emotional charge of an image lessens, it also becomes easier to think differently about the experience. You will notice this because you feel less powerless or you feel worthwhile again. The intrusions have gone and you feel less anxious. You feel less depressed, you sleep better, and because...
Sure, it doesn't feel like it should be real. It really doesn't feel like it's a legit therapy, but it actually is. It's scientifically backed up, for sure. I don't really get it, but it's not really my area. It does really sound pseudoscience. When I watched this, I was like, but whatever. It has scientific backing. It can help people. So GG is something to do with binaural whatever. I don't know. I have no idea. But there it is. If it helps people, it helps people. If it's scientifically proven, it scientifically has evidence that it helps people. Carry on, sirs. But yeah, so that's a little strange. I don't remember why we were talking about this, but that's what it is. Putting back my headset back on, and the first thing I heard was therapist fingers you. Well, it's good you had your headset on then, you know. Would have been awkward to play it out loud. My friend got annoyed at me because he was watching my stream in the common living area, which was very nice of him. He was watching my stream in the common living room. And apparently I said some stuff and he panicked and had to switch his phone off, and then he texted me and got crazy mad. Which I think was just his fear of embarrassment, not necessarily anger. So maybe he should do some EMDR. Anyway. It's not my fault. So it's fine. We talked about EMDR because someone suggested anger happens in dreams. Well, I don't really know anything about that, to be fair. I do get angry in dreams sometimes. You know, you ever woken up and you're like, you cheated on me in my dream, fuck you. You know, we do feel emotions from dreams. Absolutely, whatever it is. We wonder, anyways, time is a gentleman. Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah, I think... Yeah, I mean, I was going to talk about... Let's do it. Okay, so I think a use... This is just me, though. This is just me from now on. But I think a use of primal scream therapy... Oh, actually, that's an interesting thing. She said, now I feel sad. And the other person said, now I'm afraid. That's an interesting thing. That's self-reflection. That is really good. Hey, she might be doing it well, actually. She might be doing this well, not just screaming. I think whatever his face is, conscious man brotherhood, where they're just stood in the water and they're screaming and going like this. I don't think that's doing it well, but she might be doing it well because she's literally saying, figure out what you're feeling in this moment and then let's talk about it afterwards and let's calm down and relax afterwards. So this actually might be doing it right if you're going to do it. That man is a scammer for sure. She's a scammer too, let's be honest. But like for sure, for that price, she better be doing it well, right? I also want to learn how to communicate with dragons if I'm playing that amount of money. She believes in dragons. Anyway, she believes that dragons can talk to us and they created humans to begin with. But I think, just me, a good use of this could be as an incremental exposure therapy for being afraid of being loud. Do we have any people in chat that don't like being loud? That are really weird about being loud? And if there's a loud noise, you go and you tense up. Especially if you make the loud noise. Like if you drop a plate and it doesn't break, but if you drop a plate and you're just like, ah. Yeah? Oh my god, more of you than I thought, actually. Oh, GG. That's nice. That's nice. Well, it's terrible for you. I'm sorry. But, like, it's nice that we are all together. Look at the community. Anyway, like a fart can be. Loud noise is fine for you, Ty Guy, but unless it's chewing. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of people have that. I'm physically unable to raise my voice. People always tell me to speak up. Always, always, always. See, the mic helps out a lot for that. The mic helps a lot because it's gainful, right? So it might feel like I'm talking really loudly. I'm always told in real life to speak up. Although people met me last year, so you can verify if that's true. A lot of people. We're gonna meet in this month, which is gonna be cool. But yeah, I struggled to speak loudly. People always tell me to speak up. I walk up the stairs. Oh, stairs. Someone commented on this once. My cousin commented on this. You can't hear me go up the stairs. I don't think this is true anymore. This was true a few years ago. But I go up the stairs silently. Does anyone else have that? I don't know what it is. I'm really light-footed when it comes to stairs. I don't know why. I just don't want to. I don't want to make the sounds. You know. Yeah. Well. Keep to the sides. Oh, you actively keep to the sides. That's so weird. Hi, stealth stat. Exactly. I accidentally sneak up on people in public all the time. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Oh god, I actually have a video. This is one of my... I haven't seen this... I know it's BuzzFeed, but I haven't seen this in so long, and I remember it being my favorite video when I was a teenager.
People seem to think being quiet is a bad thing. People talk over you a lot. They assume you're an introvert. Sometimes they just forget you're there.
Aww.
But there are also perks of being quiet.
My coworkers always jump when I walk up to them. Me too!
It goes great with your skin. And what does my skin normally look like? No, I just was saying because yeah. Rude.
The color looks really nice on you, Daisha.
Thank you.
People think of you as being a good listener.
Stressful, and I know it's gonna work out. Anyway, thank you so much. Nobody listens as well as you do.
You're welcome.
People tell me I'm a really good listener all the time. They tell me I'm such a good listener. They tell me that I don't know what it is. I've heard this from different people in different situations, and I'm so confused by it. They tell me that I don't know what it is, Perry, but I feel like I just tell you everything. I have not been... Sometimes I try to listen. I want to listen. I get distracted very easily, though, and bitch, I didn't hear a single thing you just said. I'm and sometimes I will, like, I'll ask a lot of questions because I want them to keep talking because I'm too anxious and I don't know what to say. So if they keep talking, then I don't have to deal with it. Do you know what I mean? So I'll just be like, oh, tell me more about that. That's so interesting. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What about this? Oh, do you like this? Tell me a story. Please keep talking. So, like, oh, you're such a good listener. Hannah, thanks for the follow.
Everyone thinks you're mysterious.
I've heard that too. Enigmatic. I want to know what you're thinking.
You sneak out of situations you don't want to be in.
What is this?
No idea. And when you laugh, people take it as a sign that something's really funny, because you rarely do. People are blown away when you say something sassy. Liz, I mean, did you steal this from Coolio's tour bus? Finally, when you do talk, everyone takes you super seriously.
And a good pie.
What we should actually do is have mini pies and cupcakes.
Didn't even think of that. You're like a genius.
I know it's BuzzFeed, but that was one of my favorite videos ever from before. But yeah, okay, quiet people. If anyone's afraid of making noise, or if anyone's actually fearful of the same, of loud noises, which is called ligrophobia. Ligrophobia, for your information, for your knowledge, if you will. Ligrophobia is the fear of, the fear, actually, of loud noises, which isn't the same thing as you making loud noises, but it's very similar. I think that potentially, a use case of primal scream therapy is encouraging people to be louder via exposure, which is incremental and with the help of a psychologist. Exposure therapy is cool and definitely works. If it's done right, you have to do it bit by bit, building up to it, and you have to do it safely. If you just throw a kid into the pool and expect them to swim, they'll drown. If someone's afraid of heights and you just stick them on the top of a building, they'll freak out and it'll make it worse. Make it worse. It'll make it way worse. There was a video on TikTok that I really hated. It was a guy doing the plank experience in VR. You know, where you're in VR, you're on the top of a high rise and you have to walk out of the high rise on a plank, and then at the end you fall. Spoilies. But anyway, he was doing that. And he had a real phobia of heights. So he was using VR as a form of exposure therapy, which they've started to do, which is really cool. But he was crawling along because that was the only thing he could do. And he was making good progress. He was going slowly, but he was doing it. And he was making good progress. And then the caption was, he has a phobia of heights. Phobia, not fear, phobia of heights. And then at the end, his wife pushed him. His wife pushed him over. And I was watching that and I was like, you either are really confused about what a phobia is, which is crazy because you married him. You should probably know what a phobia is. You probably should have researched it, have a Google search. Or you do not love him. Divorce. Hi, Cetaphil Skin Cleanser. Are you a brand rep or do you just really love Cetaphil Skin Cleanser? Do I use Cetaphil? I think I do. I think I do. I don't know why I expected it to be here. But anyway. Anushka? Then what happened next? That was the end of the TikTok. I know. We'll never know. We'll never know. Yeah. Never. Not once. She killed him in VR. He's dead now. Exactly. That's how it ended. He's a pushover. Good job. Hi, Gertha. What's the difference between a fear and a phobia? A phobia absolutely cripples you and you will avoid the situation. A fear is a fear. So a phobia is super intense and is avoidance. So the difference between, let's say, okay, if you have a fear of dogs, you don't really like dogs, you don't really want them touching you, and if it does touch you, you might go, ah! But you will still go to the park. Or if your friend has a dog, you'll still be in the room, but you might just avoid the dog. But if you have a phobia, you will not go to your friend's house, if they have a dog, and you will not go to the park. And I don't mean dog parks or parks where you know there are dogs. You will not go to any park just in case there is a dog. If you have a fear of flights, you don't really like flights. You might have to take some calming pills or have a glass of wine before you get on a flight. You might be scared. You might go and really nervous and anxious. But you still will if you need to. If you have a phobia of flights, you are not getting on that plane no matter what. Your best friend's funeral, you're not going. You're going to skip it because you have to get a plane to go there. Phobia. Crippling, needs help. Exposure therapy really works quite well. Yeah. Calming pills is a tranquilizer. When you say tranquilizer, I just think taking fuck tons of cat. That's what the cool Camden girls do. I learned. Yeah. So stay safe out there. We don't condone crime. Anyway. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I think maybe this could be really good for a fear of loud sounds, or more likely the fear of making noise. I think for me, it would be pretty cool to have a bunch of people screaming around and me screaming as well. Because you're afraid of making noise and now you're making noise. Maybe. What do you think? Oh yeah, the question as well. You guys were asking me, why. Why people have a fear of making noise. That's almost definitely experiences. Sensitivity to sounds could be a bunch of different things. Could be a brain thing. Could be like a neurodivergent thing as well. Most likely it's some sort of trauma, or it's some sort of experience, or it's learning. You probably had a parent who was also afraid of noises. You know, it's true for actually any mental illness. If you have a parent who does those things, if you have a parent who has borderline personality disorder and is very borderline personality disorder, then you're more likely to develop it yourself. Strange, I know. But pretty much everything is like that. So there might be some trauma that happened. There might be an event that really touched you and you never quite got over it, like a balloon popping in your ear randomly. That could be enough. Or you might just be taught never to make noise. There might be consequences for those things. And that's probably why. Almost definitely. I could fight against a fear of making noise, being perceived, taking up space, etc., I guess. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Taking up space is a big one. It's anxiety, isn't it? It's just like you don't want to be too big. It's the same reason, as we said at the beginning of the stream, it's the same reason why people don't click share when the little notification on Twitch comes up where it's like, you subbed for the 4th month, share it to chat. People don't click share because they don't want attention on them and they don't want to take up the space and they don't want the streamer to notice, which is valid. Please click the button. I want to know. It's valid, but it's a little irrational. Just a little bit. Still okay though. Do whatever you like. Whatever makes you feel comfortable. I want you to feel comfortable. But it's probably some sort of anxiousness. My dad just came into my room and put a dead moth on my keyboard. Do we have the number for Childline anywhere? Childline? Do you collect moths? Is he a cat? Good questions. Yes, Marty. Exactly. There is a genetic component to a lot of mental illnesses. Some more than others. Still learning about it, really. There's a genetic component. But it is quite hard to distinguish between learning behaviors and genetics, but not completely. There's definitely a genetic component between a lot of these things. I know bipolar disorder is hugely genetic. Schizophrenia too. Probably a bunch of stuff. I'm not sure, but there definitely is. With being perceived comes the fear of judgment. Yes, as well. Absolutely. What about autism and ADHD? Probably. I don't know. Autism definitely has a huge genetic component. ADHD, not sure. Don't know. Couldn't say. All I know is there's a genetic component of most things, but usually it's way smaller than we think. You know? Usually it's way, way, way smaller than we think. Intelligence is interesting though. Huge genetic component. Really weird, but not completely, and you can grow and learn. And if you have a super, super smart family, so the genetics of being really smart has been passed to you, if you don't do anything, you don't learn anything, you'll still be stupid. So you still need to put the work in. Also, what is intelligence? Don't even know. Hundreds of different cognitive skills in your brainsies that you could be good at or bad at. Everyone's intelligent in a different way. What even is intelligent? Just because we value a specific thing in this particular society doesn't necessarily mean that's all what intelligence is. Get out of your ass, scientists. I think ADHD shares the same genetic component as autism. Interesting. People say it's under the same umbrella of neurodivergency, isn't it? All of this stuff is so theory because we don't know. We don't know. Oh, also being afraid of loud noises and you making noise could be a fear of conflict. You don't want someone to yell at you. You could have been taught that they will yell at you, but fear of conflict. And again, being perceived if you've dropped something. A man yelled at me on the street a few years ago. It really pissed me off. Because there was a little panel, there was a grate or something on the pavement. Oh my god, I was about to say sidewalk. What has become of me? On the pavement, there was like a what are they called? Like a circular metal, and they go down. What is it called? Is it called a grate? A manhole cover. Thank you. Yes. Okay, there was a manhole cover and it was a little bit loose. And I didn't know that. So I was just walking. And I stepped on the manhole cover that was loose. And it went like that. And it made a really loud metal noise. Like a bang. And I just kept walking because, you know, shit happens. And the old man that was walking next to me, he happened to be there at the same time. For some reason, he assumed I did it on purpose. And he turned and he yelled at me and he said, "Watch where you're stepping." I must have scared him. I felt quite bad because I must have scared him. He must have made him jump. And his response to jumping was to get angry and to yell at me. Which in turn made me angry because that is not emotion. That is not good emotional regulation. I could have killed him. Yeah, I could have killed him. You almost killed an old man. Oh. That's probably why he was so scared, because, you know, his heart probably went, ugh. I didn't mean to. It was not good emotional regulation, which pissed me off. I did almost kill him. So listen, he could have been in perfect health. You don't know. You don't know. Old man. Yeah, he was about 24. No, I'm joking. He was like he was like 70 something, 80 something. Maybe not 80 something. He was still walking well, so. Cleared him, you're an accomplice. Cost him a few years of his lifespan for sure. Although actually I know 80 something year olds that look perfectly healthy. Age is just a number, chat. Anyway. Yeah, it was really strange. It's not good emotional regulation. He got scared and his reaction was to scream at me, a random stranger. And that's because his prefrontal cortex was probably undeveloped, probably from, you know, what he learned as a kid, most likely. Didn't say that to him because I think that would piss him off more, but still. Ain't got no mass up there. That's probably not true. We don't know that that's true, but he ain't got no mass in his PFC. That's what I'm saying. Every single time someone yells at you, just say that their prefrontal cortex is undeveloped. That'll make them stop yelling at you. And hit you instead. Okay. That's exactly what would happen. I promise you. Their brain is just built different. Worse. It's so common for parents, teachers to tell their kids to be quiet and sit still all the time. That probably has something to do with it as well. That's probably why it's so pervasive. Because when I asked you guys who's afraid of making noise, I wasn't expecting many people to say yes, but loads of people. Probably, yeah, that's what it is. Sit still, be quiet, stop fidgeting, stop daydreaming, stop looking out the window. And it probably doesn't actually help anybody. I mean, you kind of have to teach kids to focus. I don't know if that's the right way to do it. I have no idea. Educational psychology is so confusing and there's so many different ways and I just have no clue whatsoever. It's tricky. It's a really tricky thing, but still, yeah. Is there a difference to fearing noise and just liking peace and quiet? Yeah. Because if you can have, I think so, you can have preferences and it doesn't necessarily mean that the other one scares you. You just prefer one or the other. And there's lots of reasons why you could prefer it. You might like being in your thoughts and hearing you speak. You might like having that sense of privacy so loads of people aren't around. You might be sensitive to noise too. Not in a way that you're scared, but like you might be sensitive to noise that it just upsets you, makes you scared. Anyway, there are loads of reasons. There are absolutely loads of reasons why you might be. But I'm not really sure. Again, please pinch of salt. I am not qualified to give anyone any advice. ! Asterisk. As always, exclamation mark asterisk. This is just what I know based on the research. I have fact checked everything I've said, but you can never really fact check things too much. And some of what I've said is a theory or just one theory of various really complicated stuff. So do fact check me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Indeedsies. Indeedziones is what it says. What's a song that's to do with anger or fear of something? You got it. You can do it. I know you can. What's a fear of stuff? Ironic. That's such a good one. Fear of the Dark, Iron Maiden. That is an amazing one. It really is. Anything by Linkin Park. Hey. Oh, wait. I know. It's a good one too for this situation. Guys, thank you so much for the stream. If you like what you see, remember to follow. If you don't, do it anyway. Twitter for announcements, Instagram for pictures, and Discord for everything else. Go to TikTok and YouTube, and I post regularly, so make sure to subscribe and follow or whatever the free one is. Spam that rate message because Arius is so cool, and I really like her a lot. And I had the pleasure of playing games with her previously, and she's awesome. So please go and share the love. And that's the stream. I'm live again tomorrow at 1 p.m. BST. It's the second to last. It's the penultimate stream of this room. Tuesday's the last stream in this room. It will be a later stream. Tomorrow's stream will start at 4 p.m., not 1 p.m., 4 p.m. BST, but I'll post that on socials a little bit later. But anyway, thank you so much. Whoa, I never meant to brag.
back, but I got it while I want him now. Oh, it was never my intention to break, to steal him all away from you now. Because it feels so good, cause I got him while I want him now. And if you're gonna, you know you would. God, it just feels so, it just feels so good. Second chances, they don't ever matter, people never change. Once a whore, you're nothing more, I'm sorry, that'll never change. And about forgiveness, we're both supposed to have exchange. I'm sorry, honey, but I passed it up, now look this way. Well, there's a million other girls who do it just like you, looking as innocent as possible to get to who they want to